Okay. All right. Let's start this shindig. Oh boy. Boy, guys, you do not know what you are in fucking what you're walking into here. Here we go.
I'm a journalist, I'm the editor of Zeteo, and today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives. My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal.
All right. My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. So, if we're going to be fair and criticize both sides, I would say the question is a bit simplistic, or the statement is a bit simplistic, and I would have some issues with the broadness of it. Like, what does it mean to be pro crime? Is this? It feels like you could manipulate anything to assume pro crime. Now, again, we're being trying to be fair on this one, but like, okay, so you could take this two directions. You could take this either he is pro crime in his actions, is pro crime in his intent, personality, statements that he's made, stuff like that would be proof of that. Actions that he's done would be proof of that he is pro crime in the sense that he is okay with doing it. He may not be pro crime of all crimes, but he is pro certain types of crime, and thus his resistance to crime is suspect. We may put something like that. It's not a it is very much a it's certainly an aggressive stance, and I'm not too on the generality there. But pro crime, pro criminal, I think this is a bit of a too much of a gotcha or whatever. But again, he is dealing with far right, so maybe he's trying to trigger them. I don't necessarily appreciate that. I don't like that. But honestly, it's going to be hard for me to criticize Mehdi Hasan for any of his aggressiveness or dickishness, because you're about to see it gets really bad. I don't want to poison the well too much for you guys, but it gets bad.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mehdi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned.
Okay, so when you're soft on crime, soft on criminals, you are pro criminal. Um, I think that's kind of a weaker argument. Because again, you don't really. Again, you could be anti uh criminalization, but not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily mean you are pro criminal. Maybe taking this a bit too semantics, too philosophical, but that's what we too in the weeds. But you, I would say being soft, because again, you could absolutely have somebody who does so not because they like criminals as a whole or are pro criminal actions, but because they are pro forgiveness. So they're heavily incentivized on there. Now again, we could the argument might be then is that if you're constantly forgiving criminals, you're allowing them to go back on the street to continue crime. What's the difference between you and a pro criminal? Somebody who's pro criminal in the sense that they like the crime that they're doing, so they're constantly trying to find a way for to get them to do more. I think there's some wiggle room.
Almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them.
I do believe, yeah, for the most part, all the fact checks right here. As far as I know, all of these are fairly well vetted. I do believe indeed Vance did say this. He committed violence on that day. Obviously, he should be pardoned. I can't remember where he said that. I think it was in a interview. Somebody was asking about these kind of issues. Vance said, "Well, if you committed violence, you should be pardoned." But blah blah blah. Moving on there. Most of this fairly true. I don't really have any context to add further to the fact checks. They're kind of basic record.
You okay with that?
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's a very.
Here's the thing I have a frustration with is everything is a special case for the people who committed the crime and or want to do it. So you would have to really try to give me some degree of specialness about this. Now, I would agree it is a special case in the sense of its seriousness. It's the issues surrounding it. So, again, a crime that is otherwise relatively minor can take on much more significant and serious context and consequences depending on the context of it. Can become much, much more serious. Again, if I were to walk up to somebody and threaten them with physical harm, that's bad. That's harassment. That's technically some degree of assault. Because battery is when you physically hit them. Assault, you can assault somebody who's verbally assault somebody. So if I were to, and it's also a threat of harm. If I were to do that, the expectation of people around me, like if there's no other violence that's happening, they can take it to a certain level of seriousness. If there is a riot going on and people are being beaten and everybody who is dressed up like me in my little uniform is beating the shit out of people with extreme prejudice, and then I walk up to a random person looking exactly like that and say, I'm going to beat you up, and that person shoots me, again, you might say, well, hold on a second. He didn't physically assault you. Were you in the right to shoot an unarmed man, potentially unarmed man who just threatened you? He didn't do anything. Like, could maybe see, oh, well, hold on, that might not be for self-defense. But the context of, again, riot and everyone who looks like me, dressed like me in a uniform, identifiable uniform, is beating the shit out of people, like some brown shirt activity. Most judges and most people would go, well, yeah, the circumstances gave you evidence that this was not merely a figurative speech, that this wasn't merely a warning, that this was not just a declaration of intent, but it was a declaration of intent with absolute factual material support that this would be carried out. Because again, you may intend and desire to do a thing, but have no, you're not going to do. Emotionally have the intent and desire to do it and the expression of it, but you literally can't. But in this situation, you can. So we have that. So again, this special case, again, the fact that and this is one of the pillars. We're going to talk this pillar 1. And in fact, let me open up a document here. Should I just open up? Probably just open up one of these babies here. Go over here. This and just go open up like a Google Doc or something. It'll be easier just to do that. Boy, internet's moving a little slow. I really need to get fiber. I wanted to open up Google Docs because I thought it would be faster, but it turns out it's not faster. Because I want to write down these things. I should have just Notepad, for God's sakes. At this point, I should have just opened up Notepad. Wow. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, actually, we don't really. Oh, we. That over there. Put that right there. And we will grab this window. Sorry. Sorry. Notepad is there. So let's go ahead and grab this guy. Want to make it too small. Notepad doesn't matter that much. Want it off to the side here. Want it to be tall. Want it to be the correct height. And that I cannot get this designed the way I want. I really hate doing this. There we go. So got we got the video in the right corner. We got our notepad. How is the visuals on the note? Tiny. There we go. That helps a bit, right? Sure. All right. So, oh, I need to sit up if I'm going to type here. I can't type while I'm all slouched backwards here. All right. The first pillar, or first major issue. And anti and just general anti-intellectual thinking. All right. Just stay as H1. Thank you very much. All right. So the first one is January 6th, denial and downplaying. The idea, the idea is to normalize and restrict the an idea is basically to restrict the ability to actualize a response and conclusion. They know what the answer is. They know what happened on January 6th is inexcusable. They know it's a problem. They know across the board all of these things. They know. But because they are, in many ways, They have a loser mentality and refuse to accept defeat, the loss, and the consequences of their actions. That is kind of the peak loser, sore winner kind of mentality that they have. Is that, again, born losers, people who are just kind of loser behavior, loser thoughts, they cannot accept loss. They cannot accept that they were defeated or that they were weak or otherwise not up to snuff. They refuse to accept consequences of their actions because they're constantly deferring, deflecting away. It was somebody else's fault. I didn't lose. The sun was in my eyes. Bullshit like that. You know this mentality because it's a very childish mentality. And anyone who's ever played sports or anything like that, any sport at all or any competitive kind of aspect of life, knows somebody who's just a born fucking loser. And honestly, it kind of reflects into their life is that they can't accept when they're wrong at work. They can't accept when they're wrong when they're playing a game. They can't accept that their strategies, that their ideas aren't the best and strongest. And even when they move away from their idea, they refuse to ever accept that it was ever wrong. Even if they choose one that's obviously better and they're talking out, this one's best one. This one's awesome. Anybody who doesn't do this X strategy is just an idiot. And you're like, well, you didn't do X strategy. They'll say, well, I mean, that was the best at that time, but, they changed the rules. They didn't change the rules. What are you fucking talking about? We've been telling you this was a strategy to do all along. Now you've adopted. Now you're trying to pretend like you always did this. Well, I would just want to follow crowd. I was just trying to find new and better ways to do things. This is loser mentality. January 6th, with conservatives, is the holy grail of denial. They know what happened was bad. They know it, but they don't respect government. They only respect power, and they only respect the government when it does the things that they want it to do. And they only respect law when it is doing the things they want it to do. Again, this is just that kind of loser mentality. Let's go on.
It's almost a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to...
As a small side thing, again, they're constantly trying to do this whataboutism and pointing to protests to reorient conversation around legitimate protests over insurrection and coups. Because they have nothing else. They really have nothing else. Because if they did have anything else, they would have to start acknowledging. Again, this is constant. There's protests in LA. What's the difference with that? There was protests here and there was protests there. One, they just refuse to acknowledge that. A lot of people might look at something like Chaz, that stupid little thing. They might look like that as somewhat of a form of insurrection. Again, I would not necessarily use the word insurrection because it was not directly attached to an attempt to subvert, subsume the state or government as a whole. I would look at it as more kind of a rebellion or something like that. I tend to find insurrections and coups are less about forming their own state, and breaking away from the current state, and they're more about replacing the state with something else. So rather than again, I would not necessarily call like the Civil War an insurrection. not maybe legally or whatever, but from my own philosophical kind of perspective on this one, I would not use the word insurrection, because they were not attempting to um they weren't attempting to replace the federal government with their own thing. They were, which is kind of coup insurrection. They were more, again, breaking away. It's still bad. Like, just because we use a different word doesn't mean it's less or more bad. So again, protests, not necessarily insurrection. Chaz, potentially insurrectionist, but certainly political, certainly bad, certainly not something I was necessarily supportive of to any degree. But again, let's go on.
Just for example, they were to rush the capital of LA. I mean, they'd have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol.
Now, again, I do love the performative nature of everything. Is they'd have to move all the homeless people. Are there homeless people on the Capitol steps? Again, just need to constantly make sure to shit on. This is what I love, or actually I hate. Actually, I love in a hate kind of way. Conservatives, is that because they're so hardwired by their propaganda, they just are the most NPC motherfuckers. They have their behavior, they have their talking points, and just instinctually they have to say all this weird random shit. They're the most classless and unfocused stupid people in existence. Oh, we have to bring up the homeless in California. Why do you have to bring this up? It doesn't, like, again, you're just shitting on, this has nothing to do with, again, California and its homeless problem. Why are you bringing that up? Because you're a chud.
Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in. They were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys.
Again, if they rushed in, by definition, they aren't supposed to be there. They don't have the right to be there, and they do not have they have absolutely circumvented legal and the law to be there. It's not peaceful necessarily. You are breaking the law. This is really stretching the idea and, again, the feeling of peaceful there. If you are doing that, you are not peaceful. I don't care that you're not throwing Molotov cocktails. If you have broken in and rushed into the Capitol, the state capitol in this case, you are not peaceful.
Can go in. Like, we have many testimonies that say they were rushing them in. They were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in.
You were letting them, again, this is another one of those really, really dumb talking points. This is also what happens when you only get your news source from one location, because they will constantly frame this act. They let them in. They let them in. But what they don't ever say, because the news organizations or the pundit they're listening to, whoever it might be, will try to imply that this was allowed and acceptable, not a big issue. Many such cases. The thing that they'll miss, what these pundits don't tell them, they'll just say something like this, and people were let in. Dozens and dozens of people have testified that they were let into the Capitol by the police, and that it was basically a tour, and they say all these claims, even though none of them are true. They say these half-ass claims, they stick in this empty brain that has nothing in it except propaganda, and this person will regurgitate them uncritically without thinking about it for 2 goddamn seconds. And they won't look at any of the other evidence. The issue with the whole let them in is that they didn't do this for a lot of them. They didn't do it initially for a lot of them. They were break-ins, and there were, again, extreme violence in certain areas. And part of the reason they started letting them in is because they didn't want more violence. So again, the police officers have a right to prevent them from going in. Now, you have two things. You can either hold the line when you are not necessarily, you don't have enough people to hold the line, potentially risking your life and also the lives of the protesters. These again, angry, pissed off, violent, stupid people. Or you can go, okay, we can't, again, we're not letting them in because we want to, and this isn't an appropriate thing. However, when you're dealing with large crowds, there are certain like techniques about like how opening it up, like avenues for them to move. As long as you get that crowd moving and you can move them in a direction, it's kind of like dealing with cattle. You can either have the cattle smash into the wall and the fence and potentially break it down, or you can open up, but you keep it kind of fenced off. And you kind of direct them, and the cattle will naturally follow along this fenced path and follow the leader to a place. So you don't want the cattle still aren't going to go where you don't want them to. But you've decided to open up a certain paths to let, essentially you can think about it like cattle or water pressure, is that rather than trying to just hold back all the water, you can direct the water to safe outlets. Now, the big thing is that this tries to ignore the fact that there was lots of water that was smashing through in places that wasn't being allowed in through outlets, safe outlets, to avoid causing damage. And we're going to ignore that and try to paint it as they're all being let in. And two, even with the ones where I'm letting the water in and through safe outlets to avoid having this crowd meet up with the Congress, Senate, and everyone else, which is going to cause potentially violence and be all kinds of security hazard. Even then, like the fact that you forced me to do that, you pushed on this. Again, they're pushing. Again, the water is still to blame. Even if it didn't go too far, even if not, again, this is still a problem. You still shouldn't be fucking here. They didn't let you in. And more importantly, the fact that, you go from them stopping you hard and they're telling you to back up all this stuff, to where finally and after all this and after violence and after shouting and screaming or whatever, they now seem to be like falling back. And you take that as, oh, well, they're inviting me in. That's not really what they're doing. You literally have forced them to do this. Again, dumb.
Like we have many testimonies that say.
What about the violent ones, though?
Okay, violent ones like what?
Like a man named...
Like, what do you mean, like what? Again, this is where, again, they don't know. They've been told it was mostly peaceful. There weren't really violent ones. And now they've gotten to the point where, because it's long enough away that most of these people have the memory of a goldfish, fucking 5-minute memories. Now the propaganda goes back to, instead of it was mostly peaceful, okay, there was some violence and some bad actors, but they don't represent the whole bunch. Now it's gone back to, oh no, it was totally peaceful. Like, they don't even mention the bad actors anymore. They just, again, they mentioned it and they admitted to it for a couple of seconds to get the pressure off, and then they go right back to their fantastical universe.
David Dempsey, a Reagan-appointed judge, sentenced him to 20 years in prison. He stomped on police officers' heads. The judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray.
Notice again, just like this looking up, but like you're not looking at him. You're not trying to engage him. You're looking through your files, trying to find the response. Now, maybe you're thinking about this, but I'll be honest, I don't think you are. You're not thinking about, okay, yeah, so there's violence. The problem is because this is something he's never really heard, and he doesn't believe a word out of anyone else's mouth unless they're on Fox News or it's coming from the church or it's coming from Donald Trump. Everyone else is a liar. He's just kind of like this, okay, yeah, they're saying some stuff. It's probably like half-truths, or they're probably exaggerating. He probably didn't stomp on anybody's head. He probably just like slipped and fell, and he knocked over knocked over a police officer because he slipped. It's just government overreach probably. Yeah. This is the mind that's happening right now in this empty fucking skull.
Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not make Trump pro-criminal? He's letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal.
You're okay with that?
I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
Why don't you just criticize that, though? Again, they always say, oh, I'm not okay with that. Okay, so then why don't you just talk shit about it? That's my big problem, is I will talk shit about anybody. I'll talk shit about leftists, rightists. I will do this many, many times. And maybe this is not the good avenue to do it in. But the fact is, matter is, I know at no point in time do any of these people do this. In a debate, obviously, you want to present a strong thing, and you don't want to spend too much time criticizing your own side, blah, 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 blah. Which I have my problems with, because, I mean, you're picking a side that is morally fucking debunked, but let's just ignore this for a second. Here's my problem, is that I know for a fact, I'm willing to stake vital parts of my anatomy on, 90% of these people spend virtually 0% of their existence, like 0.00001% of the time they're talking about this, do they ever actually criticize and go, yeah, no, that guy's a piece of shit. Yeah, it always sucks when some vile piece of shit gets in here. He stomped the hell out of a police officer's head. He should have gotten 25 to life. Fuck that dude. You know, they talk all tough and hardcore whenever they're talking about, like, you know, leftists or whatever, burning flag. I think it should come with like a 20-year sentence. Fuck those people. They disrespected our country. But then somebody like them, like a conservative, like these violent criminals, beats the hell out of a police officer who's just trying to do their duty, protecting the Capitol, and they don't have the same vitriol. They don't go, oh yeah, no, fuck that dude. That guy's a piece of shit. He should rot in jail. They don't do that. Why? Would be my always big thing. I do that with leftists, right, center. If somebody's bad, I'm willing to have a conversation about the badness. Does something evil. Sometimes I go on a philosophical rant of trying to find possible explanations and or rationales or ways in which this could possibly be true, but true or not evil. But most of that is just intellectual fucking practice. Just, you know, in a laboratory thinking, you know, practicing doing different combinations of ideas and thoughts and seeing what comes up. But for the most part, the general takeaway is, that's literally just lab work. None of this is particularly relevant. It didn't reveal any new or exciting, aspects of this debate or conversation that have never been explored before. For the most part, it was just, it's good to just roll it out, but for the most part, nothing new. So, person's still a bastard, and you walk away. This doesn't happen. This just doesn't fucking happen. Which is why I have a massive problem anytime they say, well, okay, that's bad or whatever. I don't agree with those things.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were people charged with...
one example that you just gave me.
I can give you more. Should I keep going?
Fine. And I'll say the exact same thing.
Yeah, but you'll say the exact same thing. Well, here's the problem. You don't know what any of those crimes did. So if you start getting examples after example after example, you can't just go, well, that's just anecdote. Eventually anecdote starts becoming data. And especially if you don't have anything else to put up with it, why talk about it? Like, this is this arrogance, the arrogance of... The arrogance and refusal to accept any data, system, or logic that comes from a non-vetted, specifically ideologically different source. Again, these people will deny reality time and time again because they don't care about reality. What they care about is team sports. There is this general denial of reality in favor of rightness in the sense of again, this denial of reality in favor of maintaining their sense of rightness, in the sense of like even fundamentally like an orientation, a reality focused thing, to where they don't, the again, up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right. The rock is in front of me, there's a tree behind me. This orientation of reality, to where if somebody says, actually no, that rock isn't really in front of you, that rock is actually a mountain that's almost that's like 8 miles away, like 5 miles away or 4 miles away. Again, the right there, they will deny reality, they will deny observations, they will deny facts to maintain this sense, this childlike sense, and to preserve their identity. Their identity as being a reflection. Their identity as being a reflection of their projections of this. Again, it's circular thought, it's circular existence, it's circular memes and ideas and thoughts, and it's fucking weird to deal with. All right, go on.
Every single
Then
time.
your argument will fall apart, because it's
Okay,
not just
go
one
for
example
it,
if I
go
keep
for it.
going.
Go for it then.
Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon, destroying government property.
How do pardons that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
So you've agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned?
Sure, but that wasn't your claim, was January 6th. Your claim was Trump is pro-crime.
Yeah, because he pardons criminals.
Okay, I would say that that's a fault.
Let's talk about non-January 6 people.
Okay.
He's pardoned people like Paul Walchak recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that?
I would absolutely say that there's a good, fair argument to be had here, in the sense that pardoning, it does not necessarily mean pro-crime. But again, this could be a problem of that pardons are generally bad, not necessarily a pro-crime stance. But what we might also take a look at and think about is that, okay, even then, you know, philosophically, I might disagree, or we might agree to disagree, but arguing the point here, you would want to like look at, okay, are pardons inherently pro-crime because they pardon criminals, and thus in some sense give a justification or a pass to the crime and the nature. That's a fair enough critique. Again, this is why, like, again, I'm not wholly on Mehdi Hasan's side on this one. I think it is a bit prejudicial to a certain degree, but at the same time, as he will discuss later, this is a problem he has, and he believes that pardons in general encourage pro-crime and pro-criminality. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't think really presidential pardons should be a thing at all. But I agree. I don't think that.
All right, pause.
That means something.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
And
seat.
that's the thing.
How's it going?
Hey,
I agree.
Mehdi.
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
I'm from London, North London.
Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind my asking?
My parents.
Ethnic background. So the big thing that you're going to find with a lot of this, and we'll change this up here. All of the many of these people are racist and ethno-nationalist. They are absolutely exclusionary and to basically exclusionary toward non-approved peoples and types, if you will. Now you might again, your ears are going to be perking up, and this might seem like on its surface a harmless question, but think about this. Think about how that first young man came up to here, what questions he asked, and again, you have time to, you're talking to this person, you want to get a quick little debate in. You come up to them, you sit down, you ask them their name, and again, this guy apparently has a hard time understanding what this guy's name is. It's Mehdi. It's like Mehdi. It's pronounced the way it's spelled, Mehdi. And again, okay, maybe he doesn't hear it. It's not used to it. Again, the tongue is not used to hearing and translating that the sounds effectively. I'm not going to harsh on him too much for not immediately getting Mehdi's name right or not understanding it. That happens. I know Japanese people have a particularly difficult time with my name. Even though my name is a relatively not that uncommon name, Western cultures and kind of, English speaking cultures, but there is lots of names in the English speaking culture that the Japanese, Chinese, Middle East, and other cultures with other languages, there's names that are just really hard to pronounce. They use certain vowel consonant structures, morphemes and shit like that that just don't really roll off the tongue particularly easy. Not going to badger him, but then think about this. He asks, where are you? You're obviously from northern England. Why? This is where you realize this person is so steeped in certain, again, the certain narratives, certain white replacement theory and conspiracies, because again, this is something that like you would have to ask, and this is my conclusion, and you will reach this at once he starts opening his mouth and speaking, but you can even start seeing this on the initial kind of intro is, why would he say northern England? What the fuck about Mehdi Hasan says northern England? Is it his accent? That's not a northern England accent. Not at all. Though accents can somewhat shift here and there, that's not a northern England accent. Well, so does this guy know English accents well? Is that what he's responding to? And again, he says like, and I do believe he says you're obviously something like that, right?
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Mehdi.
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
Notice the weird little smile there. You're from northern UK, I guess. Why? Why are you smiling doing this weird thing? Is it what about his, if there's nothing about his accent that would give an indication, and most Americans wouldn't be able to point out for obvious reasons because they don't live there, one accent region from another. Americans might be able to do that with Americans, like they might know a Texan from somebody from Louisiana, or they might know somebody from, northern Midwest, something like that, some like, or even farther north. Maybe we're talking Idaho, we're talking Wisconsin, we're talking Chicago, we're talking New York, we're talking the Northeast, far Northeast, Maine. We're talking California. You might have some stereotypes and might do that. Does he? Why? Now, here's where you might get. Yeah, I haven't looked this up, but I have no doubt that in the racist, ethno-nationalist sphere of talking heads and talking points, talking about how the England is fallen and being invaded by brown people, by all these Indians and Middle Eastern people, and this Hamas and Al Qaeda adjacent peoples and Muslims and Islam. I have no doubt that they probably started some kind of things like this. Certain cities and areas in, middle and northern England are being invaded. These small communities are being taken over by all these things because they have the money, and because they're smaller, it doesn't take so much attention. They're sneaking in. They're being sly about it. They're building up their forces to eventually take and burn London and take over the country. That kind of shit. Again, why?
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Mehdi?
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
I'm from London, North London.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. Again, it doesn't match up like this. Well, I mean, all right, I'm sure some of you guys have managed to trickle down and filter out of your little communities, your little Muslim communities in northern England, and you've managed to infiltrate London. Fair enough. Like, why? Why fair enough? Why do you even say that? Like, fair enough. You weren't making an accusation. When you say something like that, okay, fair enough. It's usually in response to you making an accusation and either being proven wrong or somebody saying something to the contrary, and you can go, okay, fair enough. Notice that right there. Even then, he knows he made an accusation. In his mind, he's made an accusation. We all are, and again, his comments, maybe I'm reading too much into it. I'm not, because he is absolutely exactly what I'm saying. Say so eventually. But think about that. Again, there's this little thing right there, also like this. Why say that? Why did you ask? Why did you assume northern England? Makes no fucking sense. And then when you were proven wrong, you said, fair enough, but proven wrong. Why were you making this assumption? What about northern England made you think, oh, or what about Mehdi Hasan made you think northern England? Hold on. I gotta plug my laptop in, and I hate this fucking plug because I swear to God, it doesn't work. Sadly, I think the connector is a little bit bad on my laptop, so it doesn't charge properly. All right. So again, I know this is reading into just like literally 2 lines of dialogue, but again, kind of like a character analysis. Why I think literature studies can be quite useful is that maybe you can only study them in the sense of stereotypes and or whatever, but people tend to behave in stereotypical fashions. People tend to do this, and again, you can read a lot into their words of what they're intending or what was behind those comments. Why? Fair enough.
What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind my asking?
And then he puts it even more, if you don't mind me asking. Why the fuck are you asking? Again, it's weird that you are asking an incredibly impolite question, and then you're trying to back it, kind of protect yourself from that implication by saying, if you don't mind me asking. You don't have to answer. You didn't have to ask. What was the fucking point? This isn't about immigration. This isn't about, where people come from. That conversation happens later on. Why are you, Richie, asking where he's coming from? What does it have anything to do with criminality? Anything? Why are you asking, Richie? Why would it matter where he's coming from? This is one of those moments where all of a sudden you kind of, a light bulb should be going up in your head. A fucking yellow flag, red flag should be immediately going up your head going, the fuck is that comment?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
just getting the premise. Do you understand what premise means? Again, a premise is a... I need to look up the exact word here because I can't remember off the top of my head. But let's look up premise real quick. move this up, is a statement or idea that is assumed to be true and used as the basis for argumentation or conclusion. A premise is like a preset up situational aspect, if you will. The premise, I'm trying to think of good ways to like make this into a physical thing, is a premise is like, okay, we need to put ourselves into a room. All right, so first we need to have a floor. The floor is going to be made of what? Concrete? Wood? We'll make it concrete. Okay, the floor is concrete. That's kind of like the premise, is that we are setting up what the walls and the floor of this room in which we're going to engage with are going to be made out of. Depending, and you may change this like this. Okay, well, our intent is to have an MMA fight, like a sparring match. Okay, so what should the floor be made out of? Because we have a room floor. Okay, well, should it be concrete, just bare concrete, wood, or should it be padded materials? Well, based on what we're talking about right here, the very specific moment of MMA, sparring, we should probably have it be padded. Again, the premise right there. So why is the premise his ethnicity?
I'm asking.
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
The premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. first and foremost. Second.
And again, why you care. You shouldn't care, because how dare you? People should stay in their country, not make comments on others, not make judgments, etc., etc. Again, this idea is like this, how dare you brown foreigner, come in here and tell us how to live, how to be, how to do our lives. Why should you care? And again, it reveals one that they don't care about people in general, only their people, which makes them morally bankrupt, because they can't care about others in this world. Again, they only care about themselves. They're isolationists, and again, ultimately, they are anti-social. Like, literally, they are anti-social. They have anti-social tendencies because they literally don't like socialization. They don't want to be socialized. They don't want to meet other people. They only want to meet people that they want to meet and that they've already met and that are already proved into their little framework, which, again, this is illogical because, again, then nobody can ever meet anybody new, and eventually you all die out because there can be no meeting of new peoples. Only whatever this tiny community can produce on its own can ever be included in this. Again, it is incredibly anti-social, anti-everything kind of dynamic, and it's fucked up. But again, these people are this way for a reason. They are just morally bankrupt. And again, this right here, we just happen to stop right on the perfect person. This person in the past has absolutely proven time and again, and she's proud of it. She is a white nationalist. People made a meme of her calling her white nationalist Barbie, but she is absolutely ethnic and racially exclusionary nationalist. Believes white people are superior, believes that white people should be white, and believes that white countries should be for white people. Again, just generally hateful ignorance. I wish her nothing but ill in her life. Honestly, it's going to be, the longer I go here, because we're only about 4 minutes in, the longer I go, the worse this is going to get, and the meaner I'm going to get. We're going to have to do this in 2 fucking episodes, and I'm going to get mean as shit eventually. Because when you see naked, horrible evil, you can't have sympathy for it, and you should want them to suffer, because you can't fix this. And even if you do, honestly, I don't want to give them a second chance. I don't want to give them second chances, third chances. They get too many goddamn chances on their own. I just want them to suffer the most horrible indignities in life and then fucking piss off. Just piss off into the fucking ether. I want to leave these people behind. Because they just don't have any good excuse to be this shitty other than they just got propagandized by hateful rhetoric and they never ever used the brain that God gave them or the universe gave them or that they developed to do anything. The evidence is there. They just don't want to do it because they love the trolling and they love laughing about it.
Secondly, I want to say this. With the
Should
argument,
should people who live in the US not care about?
Let's not interrupt each other.
That's not in. Oh, fuck off. Like, again, you made a. This guy, again, let's not interrupt each other. Why? You don't respect him. And this will be proven. This guy does not respect Mehdi Hasan as a human being. He doesn't believe in universal human being rights. He doesn't believe this at all. Everyone else is just things, mere things to him.
Because I have this thing, like people know I have this thing. I have to stay calm, okay? So
I have to stay. I don't give a shit. And again, I love this tough guy, this weird thing. I have to stay calm or whatever. I'm sorry. One, what, you have a reputation for being a fucking bitch? For being a whiny fucking crazy ass asshole who flies off the handles and assaults people? You got some assault charges in your background? Probably. He looks like the fucking type. But who gives a shit? I don't give a shit that you can't hold your fucking piss. That you piss your pants like a fucking 2-year-old. I don't give two shits about that. It has nothing to do with anything. Oh, you don't want me to interrupt you? Don't get you upset. Don't get me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Get angry. Get fucking angry. Go for it. See how that works out for you.
here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is, first and
You
foremost.
don't think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
Really?
arguing.
This guy is also a Civil War kind of a proponent. This guy is so radicalized and so crazy. He genuinely wants Civil War. So that's the next big pillar, is that Civil War narrative is necessary, that extremism is the norm. This is the kind of thing to where rather than, again, winning, losing, and working within the system, rather than changing the system or anything like that, what they want is they just want destruction, hate, and chaos and pain. That's all that these people want, which is why, again, you can't treat them normally. I'll be back in just a second. We got to take a quick, short little break here. Okay, we back. Okay. Oh, all right. Shit on a shingle. This is... And every time I'm looking at this, I know what's going to come next, and I know how far we've gotten in it. Barely scratched the surface here. It's going to get worse. Oh, let me turn that off. Hold on.
No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM
lived
protests.
there for a
Have you
while.
seen? Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So we
being
have no
done to
rules then?
conservatives. It's not about that. It's
it
about
about?
tribal warfare.
Okay.
That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the U.K. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, you sorry, your parents.
Again. It's so awful. It's so fucking awful. You know? It genuinely hurts my heart and my brain seeing this. Again, have you seen? I have. What do you talk like? I'm sorry. The only people who are causing incredible fucking chaos are you people. Like there's problems, but Like, have you seen America? Have you seen how divided it is? Again, the only reason why it's so divided, why there's so much kind of chaos happening, is because you fucking nut jobs keep fucking flying off the goddamn handle and trying to destroy everything. Sorry, I'm burping here. Again, it's so, again, you literally are so stupid. All you think of is in tribalistic dynamics, in literal tribal warfare. This guy actually should be on a fucking terrorist watch list. Domestic terrorism, 100%. Because this guy is straight up dangerous. This guy is one person cutting him off in traffic from killing people. You listen to the way he talks, the way he kind of approaches things, his all or nothing absolutism, his insane paranoia. I hate when it gets like this because it won't actually go down. So the next aspect is this constant paranoia and fear-mongering about, well, frankly, everything. All they do is this constant paranoia, this constant this victim mentality and this reactionary kind of perspective, to where they're constantly being put upon, attacked, beaten up. You know, there's somebody always trying to take money from me, take stuff out of my pockets, do this, do that. Always this, like, taxes are taken out, like, blah, blah, blah. They just rile themselves up into this insanity, this constant, unending fucking insanity. I would probably put 4 and 5 actually together, realistically. Because again, it literally, like he says, they want tribal warfare. For some reason. Like, they want it. They're so scared and afraid of it that now they're leaning into it. Well, I mean, if this is gonna happen, we have to be prepared. They're like preppers, prepping for the apocalypse. That's never happening. It's never happening. At least not in any way that actually matters in the way that you're prepping. It's fucking insane.
Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So we have
And I don't even know what that means. Egregious things. What? Like egregious things that your side have done, or that has been done to your side? And more importantly, are they egregious, or are you so tribal warfare mentality that anything negative done to your tribe, no matter the general rightness or the response of this, is always bad? It's team sports taken to the nth level. What are you talking about?
done to conservatives. It's not about that.
It is being done to conservatives. What do you mean being done to what is happening to conservatives? What is the terrible, egregious, terrible things that are happening? Did somebody get canceled? And if so, what is that actually cancellation? 90% of the time, the cancellation doesn't even cancel fucking anybody. And half the time, the reason you're being canceled is because you aren't doing your fucking job. You're some clerk somewhere who refuses to just give out a fucking piece of paper because you don't agree with the marriage license or some shit. Like, it ain't your fucking job, and this is not your point in place to make some kind of stand. And if you want to, fine, you make the stand, but the weight of the stand is literally you getting punished. I don't know. Just fucking stop whining about your own fucking insane victim narrative, please. For the love of God.
It's about tribal warfare. Okay. That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the UK. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from.
You're from India, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay. One, it's just, even, okay, let's just take this in the most extreme example here. And let's just say you are, and it is good to be this tribalistic and this stupid. Wouldn't you want to know about the other tribes as much as possible so that you could outcompete them and beat them when you start chucking spears at them and they start shooting bows at you and you realize, oh, wait, should they have bows? Wouldn't you want that? Even from a self-preservation, oh, we got to preserve the white race from this. Wouldn't you want to or need to know thy enemy? And you talk like, I don't know what's going on with your kind of craziness. Are you fucking stupid? Why wouldn't you want to? If you believe, as you almost certainly do, as you say later on, and probably, I think, pretty soon here, that you believe in this white replacement conspiracy theory, this terror of, oh, the Indians and the brown people of the world are trying to destroy Western civilization and the Islamists are coming, all this shit. Wouldn't you want to know more about them so that you could figure out how to best fucking inoculate yourself to this? This is, again, they don't know how to do stuff. And this is why, again, I have zero respect for them and zero like for them, for any conservative, because point 6, they don't know how stuff works, and they don't know how to do things, because they don't do things. Fundamentally, they don't know how to do anything because they've never done anything. They don't, other than like the most basic of, I wipe my ass, I drive my car. They don't really, they do the bare minimum of basic functional life, but they don't know how systems work versus, again, ad hoc fixes. They don't know the difference between a system versus an ad hoc fixes. They don't know how to do these things. They don't know how to establish rules and regulations that exist and last beyond themselves. They don't care about this. They don't know, like, and it's so weird because they understand the importance of this, because many of them are traditionalists to a certain degree. But again, traditions are established rules and regulations. They are forms and systems of things, but they don't know how to make them. They don't know how to pass them on. They don't know how and why the system, the tradition worked, how it was established. And they have, because of this, they are terrified. Again, I have worked with way too many conservative individuals, blue-collar individuals just like this, who bitch and moan and hate everything around them. Oh, fucking management sucks. Fucking management doesn't know how to do shit. They're constantly telling me this. Good example of this. This comes from my brother's work. He works as a warehouse manager, and he started out as just a warehouse like stocker and picker, and he just worked his way up because he just did stuff really well, and he did that job really well, and he learned how it works and why it works and how to do it better, and showed people and say, hey, could you take on more duties and do more stuff? Because you not only know how to do stuff, but you also seem to know how to fix things and be able to examine how and why we're doing the way we are, and point out the problems of the way we're doing it are, and develop new systems to do things better than the way we are doing it. And he said, yeah, sure. And he just kind of kept moving up, and he's now doing quite well for himself. One of the biggest struggles he had with working with his people, and he's now managing people in the warehouse, and they're just like this fucking dumbass here, is that they are so resistant to any form of change. They literally, these people are, we'll just put it right here. Conservatives are, or the conservative position are, conservatives and conservative thought are evolutionary dead ends. They cannot adapt, change, or build / recreate systems. Again, this is like that dystopian thing to where they know how to make the machine run because they put oil here and then they put grease here. They know how to do these basic functions, and I press this button and then I press this button and then I press that button, and that's my job. But they don't know what that button actually does or anything. They just kind of know the basic, like, when I do all of these things, good result comes out, and energy comes out. But because they don't know how to do anything, the second it starts breaking down in this like post-apocalyptic setting, the knowledge, because the knowledge is lost, they can't fix it. They can't make it again. They can't recreate it. They can't change and adapt it to, and because they don't know how any of it works, they can't wean themselves off of one form of system that, okay, well, we don't have the knowledge to recreate this part and or this thing. So is there a way we can adapt this current, what we have right now, to something new, or a way in which we can recreate the results that we need from X, even without X. So, X is going to die away, and eventually we're going to run out of it. We're going to run out of oil. We're going to run out of something, right? So the question then becomes, okay, well, what can we replace? What can we take and take the place of oil when we run out of that? They can't do that. They literally are functionally stupid. And this comes down to a really basic problem of, I think, across the board, a lot of things, is that people don't do things. And people don't understand how to do things. And when I say do things, I mean, like, again, they don't understand how to do things in larger scale than just their own petty little individual lives. They don't know how to write out a manual of instructions of how to do a thing. That's an important thing. That part of the mastery is of doing is being able to pass that knowledge of doing on to others. And honestly, a lot of conservatives, outside of very personal, like, here's what I do as an individual, they can pass that on along, like an apprenticeship or something like that. They can do that, but they can't pass along large systems that deal with more than just, I do a thing. They don't know how to do things through systems. They don't know how to do things to where, like, I can have something accomplished even if I don't do it, because I've built up a system to where others do or others interact. I don't know how to build complicated things. They don't know how to do like an assembly line. Like, they know how to work on an assembly line, but they don't understand the grand big picture narrative of how the assembly line fucking works. That's kind of the best analogy I can kind of come up with right now. This is the problem, is that at the core of it, they don't know how anything works. And if they don't know how anything works, it leads to an extreme amount of paranoia, fear of being missed out, fear of being replaced, because literally the only thing they have is their body. They literally don't know how to do anything else. And they don't know how to build systems to protect themselves from being replaced by a body.
India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you have
citizen.
your own stakes.
I'm an American,
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough.
I don't know how, again, they don't believe whenever a conservative tells you that my side, where is the video? Can you not see it on the stream, or are you just wondering, Kumo? Thanks for joining, first time chatter. Are you just wondering where you can find this video online? Because it looks like it should be displayed on the screen. Let me update and make sure. Okay, so if you're just looking for where it is online, this is the Jubilee surrounded video, where it is Mehdi Hasan versus 20 so-called far-right conservatives. They're not particularly far-right. I am making the argument that many of the underlying philosophical and or ideological positions these so-called far-right people have are in fact core ideologies to conservatism in America as a whole. And regrettably, you're going to, if you want to watch this on your own, most of the people here are incredibly racist. Like out and out. It's not on YouTube yet. It should be.
That's where I'm watching it right now. I'm watching it from YouTube. You would have to look up the full title of it is One Progressive versus 20 Far-Right Conservatives. And then there's a little parenthesis, whatever, so you could find it maybe that way. Honestly, if you just Google Mehdi Hasan versus 20 far-right conservatives, it should be one of the first results. It is saying it's not available. It could not. It could be if you're not. I'm in America. I don't know if it might be something where there's like a timed exclusive thing if you happen to not be in America at this time or wherever or something like that. As far as I know, it's available, but that sucks if you can't find it yourself. But we're going to watch as much as we can today, and we'll probably pick it up tomorrow because we like to do long form. I'm in Tennessee. I'm assuming that's Tennessee. I think that's the abbreviation for Tennessee. I can never ever remember. I believe, yeah, Tennessee. That's an interesting. Why would it not be available in Tennessee? Let me actually just Google, just practice right now here, and see if it comes up for me. Hasan versus 20 far right. Google search. Yeah, for me it was the third result down. It's One Progressive versus 20 far right conservatives, featuring Mehdi Hasan from Jubilee. I don't know. Maybe it's something going on with Tennessee. Maybe Tennessee is restricting access to this. I don't know. But we're going to go ahead and keep watching this abomination.
I'm an American
you
citizen.
have your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough.
Notice again the weird comments. Again, I'm an American citizen. Oh, you're an American citizen? Well, I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Like, the implication is that he got it illegitimately. Which, again, for this guy, anybody who is brown and not white Christian nationalist is not a legitimate American citizen. And everything else, you tricked or figured out, you used a loophole. Let's, again, watch that interaction again.
You're out in the UK. You're from India, so I don't really...
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so...
I'm an American
you
citizen.
have your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
And again, I don't know how you got that. The same way a lot of people, literally millions of people have gotten their American citizenship. And here's the great thing that I like, and he'll talk about this because I've watched this before, but I watched it off stream and we're doing the critical review right now, is that most immigrants actually have a better understanding of civics, American civics, and general governmental structure than native-born Americans, because they have to take the civics test. They have to take a citizenship test, which tests them on their understanding of the Constitution, the branches of government, these various things. So, funny enough, most immigrants tend to have an actual better understanding of how America functions as a nation, as an entity, than the native borns. But this guy's about to say something fucking hilarious, so let's watch.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Not sure how you got that, but okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the claim here, okay?
But you're
a little different
But you're
than
a
yours.
descendant of immigrants. Settlers.
I didn't know.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You
colonials.
don't look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What
Sorry,
are you talking about?
You're not.
And then here's just to black pill you on any conservative who ever might try to tell you that their side isn't just full of the dumbest fucking people on existence. This guy says that he's a Native American because he's descendant from settlers and colonialists. Again, he doesn't like that because they all hear these buzzwords and they hate buzzwords because they don't understand what these words actually mean. Because they think they're buzzwords, they think they're meaningless, they think they're just gotchas, despite the fact that it's just literally, yes, the colonists, the first settlers, the pilgrims, if you will, literally the form of pilgrim, is that they were in many ways settlers colonialists. They were treading to set up a colony, and they were settling in this location. Like they're just settler colonialists. That's just what they were. There's some problems here and there, but ultimately, if we just ignore some of the moralities of this, some of the more complicated moralities of this, for the most part, there's nothing evil or terrible about being a settler colonialist to a certain degree. Again, some may argue against it, but let's just leave that off for now. It's just part of history. You just kind of have to accept it. They're settler colonialists. They weren't Native Americans because they were literally not native to the landmass of America.
You're very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about? Whites are Native Americans.
Really?
Should be noted that these two right here are incredibly racist people. Again, a good chunk, I would say the majority of people around this panel here are emphatically racist. I'm proud of it. They are absolutely white nationalists, racist ethno-nationalists. That's a big core feature of this. I'm sorry. This sadly, this rips the Band-Aid off. Honestly, this should be shown everywhere because this rips the Band-Aid off for all the liberals and all the centrists who are trying to talk about, maybe the conservative side, maybe these Republicans, maybe these MAGA people have some good points to this, and maybe they're not as racist and sexist and ethno-nationalist and white supremacist as you guys are saying. That's just crazy commie talk. That's crazy leftist, postmodernist, crazy academic talk. No, this is literally what they are, and they've gotten so emboldened that they're now out and out proud to say they are. They literally clap for a white man who is saying he's descendant from literal pilgrims, saying that he's a Native American, because they're so sensitive to this concept of nativism, of we are literally, of the earth. I am the in the beginning of all things. Hello there, Carla. How's it going? Who is Mehdi Hasan? Mehdi Hasan is a journalist. He is a journalist who's worked through various organizations, somewhat of a political commentator, been around for years. He tends to fall more on the left, progressive, liberal side of politics. I think he worked... I can't remember if he worked for the BBC for a while. He started his own news organization. In general, he's just kind of a political commentary kind of dude. All right. So we continue on.
I think
What was happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on a tangent.
Where he's originally from. So I tend to hate questions like that, because it really doesn't matter that much, his ethnic background or anything like that, because what they're talking about, one, I don't know why they're talking about his ethnicity in the history of America, because the debate question is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal, but this guy is such a racist piece of shit that all he cares about is talking about ethnicity. But if you absolutely need to know, even though it shouldn't really matter that much, Mehdi Hasan, I believe his parents were from India. They immigrated to England. He was born in, I believe, England. Learned in England, hence his English accent. And then he became an American citizen some years ago. So he's, for the most part, culturally, psychologically, whatever, he's kind of from England. He's more British than anything. But again, he's got some Indian... Well, again, this kind of... tracing this is kind of a weird thing. And again, the reason why I hesitate to do it is because honestly, it doesn't really matter, especially for the prompt. Again, remember the prompt up here is again, Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. It has nothing to do. My name Mehdi Hasan. Well, there's multiple Mehdi Hassans. Depends on what your search is coming up for, but he is a journalist.
I
But
think
what was
you're
happening
getting,
before the 1500s?
Calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening before the 1500s?
There was indigenous people here that came here from
Do you know
Asia.
what indigenous means?
Listen, before
Indigenous
America,
people can't come.
Do you know what indigenous means? Again, just stupid. I love it.
Let me
somewhere
finish.
else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means. It
Doesn't
means
sound
they
like it.
came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care.
Is he an American?
I genuinely don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay, just
so
checking.
My point is, okay?
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these
Because
people are
you're
criminals.
derailing, dude. I'm trying
You
to stay
literally
on track.
sat down and asked me where I'm from. I think you derailed.
Also, again, this guy, when he did talk about this specific little moment here, he said he is pro-crime, or he doesn't care about the crime and criminality and assaults on police officers that happened under January 6th, because we're apparently tribal warfare, civil war. This is standard white nationalist kind of talking, is that we're under attack, under war. We've already been invaded by brown people and Islam, Muslims, and all this stuff, and we're already fighting a cold war against these evil, seditious elements, which is why he doesn't care about crimes happening, as long as they further his racist thing. So again, this guy, pretty evil. Mehdi Hasan, again, is obviously pointing out quite obviously that this guy's just kind of a racist piece of shit.
I think you got offended by that, but I'm because
I'm
I'm
not offended. I'm
curious,
just wondering what it has to do with
I'm
crime.
always curious.
We're going to talk about
why-
immigration. Don't worry. Later on, you can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime
I just
and
got a
pro-criminal.
round of applause. I could probably get another one actually if I asked for it.
Wow.
So I don't think I'm doing
Is this how
as
you
bad.
get rounds of applause? You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. That
Well,
must
wait
make you
till
feel
this comes
good.
out.
Mehdi Hasan's a good guy. Again, I have some disagreements with some of his takes and some of his perspective, but for the most part, he seems to be a relatively upstanding kind of person. He doesn't seem to be too radically insane in any direction. And again, compared to anyone he's talking to in this debate, it's... And again, just the pathetic loser mentality. We talked about it before a little bit, but again, a big thing with this kind of mentality is these people are just losers. They're just fundamentally losers. Racism, white nationalism, it is the last bastion for losers, because you have to have something intrinsically, racially, ethnically superior about yourself, because that's the only thing that you got. Because you can't build anything, you can't make anything, you can't do anything. So it has to be something inherited. There has to be something inherited and inherent in your genes and your blood that makes you better, because otherwise you would have to adjust the fact that you're just kind of a loser. We continue on.
You know what? I'm
20
actually
people
glad
agree
you're
with
getting
you,
this
applauded you.
emotionally outraged right
Wow.
now. This is great.
I love it.
Do I have to say anything at this point, or are you just going to
Please.
keep going?
No, please.
Okay.
Make your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You want to
Okay,
go back
so
to the
so
topic
so
of
so
conversation.
that's fine. We agree then. He's pro-crime
but
and you
I
don't
have
care.
a question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes.
Do you care about law being administered
Yes.
to the opposite side of the
Yes,
spectrum?
I think
when they're
anyone
the
who
same?
assaults a police officer shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes, and I don't think Joe Biden should.
I've seen now Day's racism against India is in a peak, also for Asia. Oh yeah, no, it's coming. The big thing is that, again, Donald Trump, Conservative Party, white nationalists have been, in America at least, in power and kind of encouraged by, again, right-wing media, pundits who constantly foster this sentiment. It is definitely... I'm not sure if it's definitely not the worst our country has ever seen by a long shot, but it has become certainly more mainstream acceptable to be this way. Even if I don't think the majority of people have become this far gone, I think it's become far more acceptable to be this far gone, if that makes sense.
I don't think Democrats should pardon Democrats.
Fair, but I don't
We
think
both
you
agree?
understand where we are in the U.S. then.
I think I do.
No, because you're
I think I do
arguing
this for a
from a
living.
position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore. We're
Okay.
headed towards
so
tribal-
nihilism, no laws, nothing matters.
It's not about
everyone's pro-crime.
It's not about that. It's that
That's
conservatives
convenient.
conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing
Conservatives have been playing it too safe or whatever. So here's the next thing that I would say is that the vast majority of conservative thought and ideology is obsessed purely with culture and representations, in the sense that projections, fantasy, etc., whatever. They don't actually care about material reality. For all of their talk about how they're like the salt of the earth people and the liberals are all these crazy postmodernists, whatever, conservative thought, especially in the common vernacular, whatever, is always about ideological positions. It's always about culture, not necessarily. They're not about like paying taxes or anything like that. It is purely culture war shit. Again, for them, when he says we've been playing it fair, what he's talking about is how conservatives have been a part of the they've been part of the marketplace of ideas for years, and they've been losing, especially culture production, movies, TV, primarily because, again, this fits back into, again, they don't know how stuff works and they don't know how to do things. So they don't know how to build movies, TV, books. They don't know how to actually make anything. So in the marketplace of ideas, purely, and when I say ideas, I should probably put in here, of consumerist production of meaningless crap. So things like, when I want you to imagine this guy, when he says we've been playing it nice and they've been taking advantage of us, he's talking about Marvel movies. He's talking about Star Wars. He's talking about books. This is where they have been, Christ, would you spell correct? Have been playing it rules and losing, and they're tired of losing this way. So again, you might think, oh, well, maybe that might have validity, but again, think he wants to start an ethnic race war. He wants tribalism. He wants crime to be allowed. He wants vicious crackdowns. He wants brown shirts walking down the street, arresting anybody who doesn't look like him. He wants, again, authoritarian dictatorship, because he has to watch movies that are written from the perspective of liberals. It's purely just entertainment. This is where he's saying, again, because they haven't been playing by the rules and playing fair in politics at all. They've been playing in equal measures. And again, even when they are playing fair, like, it's not like fair. Like, they have been, even if I'm trying to be nice here, conservatives in the political stage have been just as corrupt and just as manipulative, unfair, cheating, and nasty, if not more so than the Democrats. But even if they are being the same, the problem is that they aren't winning all the time because most of their systems suck balls. But again, they do actually maintain quite a lot of power. So the question would be, what is he seeing to where they're playing by the rules and they're losing? The only place where they're playing by the rules and in a fair debate and losing is in the entertainment and culture department, which has nothing to do necessarily with massive changes in ethics or morality or anything like that. It's purely he's tired of seeing Indian restaurants pop up. He is angry that the local fucking mom and pop diner, American breakfast diner, shut down because they retired, and the people who moved in there is a mom and pop fucking Korean restaurant. That's what is pissing him off. It is purely, and again, same moral ethics and all that stuff is still good, but just purely because it is the wrong race, the wrong color, and the wrong cultural identifiers. Not even that the culture is better or worse or morality has changed. It's literally just a purely visual consumeristic focus. And again, this bleeding of these two worlds of culture being of these cultural things. And again, the big problem is that, again, they haven't lost. They still have tons of their own shit all the time. It's just, again, it's literally, oh, a black woman is now the lead, and this will infuriate them. Same gameplay, same shit. If it's a game, same all this stuff. But because it's a black woman, he is infuriated. He is so angry and so hateful of this. On the surface, just out and out, he just doesn't like it because it's the wrong race, it's the wrong person, it's the wrong type.
By the law. They've been playing it by the law. Yes, they have.
Maybe you missed the Bush presidency. Did you live here during the Bush years?
Conservatives are
Didn't
so
play by the
concerned.
law, George W.
Let me
Bush. Nor did
finish.
Ronald Reagan.
Let's be respectful to you.
Be respectful. I'm sorry. Dude, you literally tried to deny him being an American citizen, undermined him, talked about how he's not valid because of his ethnicity, essentially, and you definitely implied that, and tried to imply some tribalistic warfare, and now you want the tribe that you're fighting against to respect you? Do you not understand the words that you say when you say tribalistic? And again, this leads me to my next point. Conservative ideology is based in the most delusional sense of entitlement in the arena of debate and fucking marketplace of ideas. This is the biggest thing that pisses them off, is the fact that they think their ideas should be popular. They think that when they make an argument, people should clap. They think that it just should be that way. The problem is that they don't like being held to standards, and they're stupid. They don't know how stuff works. So when they say this stuff, and again, they just weren't getting a lot of support from people who just know how stuff works, even people who are more conservative than others, but they still, maybe they're like center left or centrists. They weren't getting pats on the head. Oh, you're so amazing, so awesome, I absolutely will buy your book. They weren't doing it. They're like, well, no, this sucks. It's not about being a leftist or right leaning person. This just kind of is crap. It's crap thought. It's crap thinking. This is the entitlement, the insane amounts of entitlement. And it comes back into debate, is they're constantly asking and whining about dialogue. Again, Peter Boghossian does this a lot, talking about how nobody wants to talk with us. Nobody wants this respectful intellectual debate, partly because they're afraid I'm going to destroy them, obviously, because that's why nobody wants to talk to me, is because they're just afraid that I'm going to beat them up with ideas because I'm so awesome. And they just want to protect and like cancel me and cancel culture. They're obsessed with people having this respectful dialogue with them all the time, despite the fact that they have zero respect. And that they constantly break basic decorum and manners. Again, this guy's like, oh, we should be respectful. Dude, you literally were saying some seriously racist shit. And somehow, well, no, you still need to respect my racist ideas. No, I'm sorry. Your ideas actually are attacks. Like, this isn't just some idea about what is better, altruism or some kind of system of morality. Should we rely on charity or should we rely on like socialist structures? This isn't some philosophical thing. You're literally saying this, I am invalid, that I am an invalid American. What the hell? Like, and again, it's just this person who is so constantly used to roading around in the pigsty, in shit and piss of the pigsty, and then they come out and going, well, what do you mean? Well, my smell is the same as your smell. No, it's not. You literally are covered in shit and piss. I have aftershave on. You have piss and shit covered all over you, and you're flinging at me. Even though you would absolutely say piss and shit like is bad, but then like, well, no, I'm not covered in piss. She's like, why don't you respect me? No, you have to show both ways.
Let me finish.
I'm not sure you've been that respectful, but okay.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back, okay?
I'm trying to bring it back. No, you're not doing anything. You're conservative, yeah.
But okay.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back, okay? I'm conservative. Okay?
Really?
Let me tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing it by the book for too long. Okay. At this point, gloves are off.
And again, the next thing. I'm going to never be able to. Catastrophic thinking is a major part. Conservative thinking. Catastrophizing, you can look this up. I believe it's a psychological phenomenon. It's basically taking any and all problems and turning them into unsolvable and intractable unless can't spell today. Unsolvable and intractable unless most extreme solution provided. Again, it is in catastrophic thinking leads to extremism because every problem that they have is so insurmountable, so big, and they're so undercut that they have to take extreme actions. We have to do crime. We have to be okay with crime and beating up police officers. We have to do this because otherwise we'll be enslaved in a year. We have to do this. And again, catastrophic thinking is bigger than just overblowing a message or just kind of being a bit hyperbolic. Is that catastrophic thinking is directly related to the extreme solutions. Like you can have hyperbole and catastrophic kind of catastrophization of topics, but it's not really the worst form of catastrophic thinking that is present, because if your solutions don't match that, like you're saying, oh, this is so terrible, so awful, or whatever, so what we're going to do is we're going to increase taxes by a couple percent and we're going to do this. Like, okay, well, hold on, that wasn't really catastrophic like solutions, so it was just hyperbole. This is catastrophic thinking in the sense that it is not just hyperbole of thought and extreme projections and fantasization of things to a alarming extent, but it is then backed up by this is what the solution should be and our actions should be. It's kind of the difference.
Right? The left has made their point. They're willing to do...
the police force in Washington the left?
Yes! Are you kidding me? The left...
And this is how far they've gone. Because they take the orders of the left. That's why he's going to say they're left.
Are you insane?
Police officers?
Look at LA right here. You think those stand down?
You think the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists?
No, but I
Really?
think they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do.
And again, you can't listen to the wrong people to tell him to do. You can't do anything. And again, the hilariousness of this. Oh, they listen to them. It's just like, look, you are so simplistic and stupid. You don't actually know the difference between anything. You can't identify the difference between, again, fire and electricity. You can't tell the difference between one rock from another rock. So you're going like, well, this rock is good. Rocks are good for using to pound nails in. So you grab a rock and you pound it like, oh, this rock broke. That because rock bad. That doesn't make any sense. Must be conspiracy. But it's like this. Yeah, but you grabbed a different rock. Like one, you grabbed a fucking piece of shale, which is flat, but it crumbles and whatever. And the other one you grabbed was a piece of granite. So when you used the granite one, it worked really well because granite's really hard. Or some other rock. I don't know. I don't know my fucking rocks either, but I'm not claiming I know rocks. But, and then like you grab that and then you grabbed a softer, like you don't understand how anything works. You don't understand things. So when you see, oh, the police aren't beating and arresting leftists or these protesters, that must mean that they're like being controlled by leftism. It's like this. You don't understand how capitalism works. You don't understand how systems work. You don't understand. That's why it's hard to like, honestly, it's hard to critique this. As I was watching this before, I was trying to think, okay, what should I critique here? What should I bring up? And I was having a hard time because most of them are just painfully fucking stupid that there's nothing to talk about.
I think they listen to who signs their paychecks at the end of the day.
Can I just check, because you're doing lots of little...
They listen to who signs paychecks. Okay, so are you listening to whoever signs your paycheck, or are you one of those independent kind of people because you can't work with others, because you can't take orders from anyone else? Probably as a sovereign citizen, suckingly at the government's teat. Probably he probably gets government subsidies and he accepts them like they all do. They're always fucking hypocrites when it comes to this shit. But I'm willing to bet you, again, like, they can't do stuff, and they just are resentful because they're losers and they hate being told that they're wrong. They hate being corrected in any degree, even when that correction is literally like, look, dude, I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying what you're doing is wrong because I've been doing this for 20 years. They've gotten so bad they can't even do the standard individualistic. We were talking about this before versus systems versus like individual like training, passing down things. They know how to pass on information one-to-one, interpersonal, but they don't know how to actually build interpersonal systems that are large scale that can pass things down without them directly involved in it. They don't know how to do systems. They don't know how to do bureaucracy. They don't know how to write rules and regulations that will help future generations to follow traditions. They don't know how to do this shit. But this features into this heavily, is that they just, again, sorry, I almost kind of lost track of my point there for a second, but it just is why it's really hard to kind of talk about any of this, because they don't know how to do stuff. I'm just gonna repeat that. Maybe I'll find my thought again. There's a specific little thought that I wanted to emphasize again, but it kind of got lost in the sauce as I was trying to refer back to things.
Dude, okay. I think they listen to who signs their paychecks at the end of the day.
Can I just check, because you're doing lots of little diversions. We both agree Donald Trump's pro-crime. You're just fine with it.
No,
is that the position?
I don't.
That's what you've said so far for about 5 minutes.
I don't agree with your definition.
What's your definition of crime?
It doesn't
Stomping
matter.
on a police officer's head is not a crime. That's your definition of crime.
Again, murdering somebody in a war isn't a crime. This is why his mentality is so insane and so crazy. This is why he can't admit, or he says Donald Trump, is pro these things, but it's not crime because killing somebody in a war isn't a crime, despite the fact that it absolutely can be a crime. That's his thing right there.
He keeps Native American.
I am Native American.
If you say so.
So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're talking about...
There's a criminal code in this country.
And again, that is the other thing that I might say. I don't know if that's... I might put that down there. convenience is king for a lot of these types. And this is kind of actually true to not just of conservatives, but of many. This is the problem of capitalist consumerist culture, is that it emphasizes convenience over factual correctness and or utility. Whatever is most convenient, the easiest, the one that takes the least resources, the simplest, easiest, less resources intensive answer is the best one. And there's some merit to that in quick, usable thinking or something, or utility. But for long-term kind of solutions, long-term problems, the quick, convenient, easy, simplistic answer doesn't actually plan out. It's kind of like, again, the rock can be in a pinch. You can use a rock to hammer in a nail. It's not. It works relatively well enough. But is it the best thing to hammer a nail in with? No, a hammer would be. But the rock was nearby and the hammer was far away. But the rock can also, depending on the nature of this, if you're doing something long term, you're like, hey, I want to hammer in this nail, but for my purposes, it needs to be delicate. It's like a little brad nail. It's like a little, like, finishing wood furniture kind of nail. You don't want to hammer that in with a rock because it's imprecise. It might leave dust. It might scratch the surface. It might damage it. So you want to use a small hammer. That's why we would use that. Again, convenience thinking is in many ways ultimately self-destructive and problematic. Yeah. Complicated and nuanced solutions require too much knowledge and understanding of functions and doing. Oh, I missed that. Doing to be. There. We'll bring up the next one. Let's go on. Again, we've spent an hour just on this one racist asshole.
It's called the U.S. Criminal Code.
You know what? Let's focus
That's
on
what
what we
everyone
agree on.
focuses
I'm
on.
sure you and I actually agree on a lot
Do we
more than
agree
you
that
realize.
people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? If
I'm
you don't
not-
agree on that, then I really think this conversation is kind of
No,
pointless.
because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been
It's a
given by
very
liberal
conservative position.
Again, he says, I don't accept the authority given by liberal Marxists, but what he really means to say is, I don't. I can't type today. I don't accept any authority over myself, which ultimately is funny because a lot of these people are they're pseudo-Christians, but again, not actually Christ-like. They don't accept authority of anything over themselves. They never will. They are sovereign citizen morons.
I'm a conservative or pro-police.
Then you
Or
don't
we
know what a
redefine-
real. Hey, listen,
So
you're
we
in a room
redefine
with
crime.
juggernauts right now.
We
Okay,
redefine
I'm telling you,
Juggernauts?
You're going to be blown
I
open
mean,
if you think
yeah,
that my
if we're going to
position is
struggle with the
hard right,
English
you
language
have
for the
no
next couple
idea
hours, then yeah,
what
we'll
you're up
struggle.
against right now. Okay,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah, we're strong and tough. You're going to struggle with what we're going up against right now. Yeah, like, because you're stupid. Your mountain of ignorance is indeed astounding.
Newsflash, the conservatives are liberal to me. Okay. Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, there might as well be leftists to me, okay? That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position? So when
I
you say,
kinda guessed it when you sat down.
say, about obeying police, why would I give the authority to police? Do you know here in America?
Do you think Donald Trump
here
should
in
be
America?
pardoning 9 members of Congress
Do you
who
know
committed
who-
financial crimes?
Let me see if I can remember
Are
his
you
name
pro
right, because
financial
it's so-
crime?
Do you
Are
know
you pro
Thomas-
financial crime?
Do you know
All
who
right,
Thomas
pause.
Timbo is?
Pause.
I think the people who clapped you have voted you out.
All right. Head back to your seat. You've been voted out by the majority.
Nice to meet you.
And here's my big problem. Stop being nice to them. Stop shaking their hands. I understand it's instinctual, bred into you to be nice and social, but you can't be social with anti-socialism. You can't be tolerant of literal intolerance. That was the paradox of tolerance thing, is that one way we solve this isn't by viewing anything that we dislike as intolerable, but rather doing a careful and nuanced understanding and analysis of what is actually like counterproductive to all aims. What is literally antithetical to any existence? It's not just like, oh, communism is antithetical to capitalism. Okay, well, does that mean it's intolerable for capitalism? To a certain degree, but at the same time, is it intolerable for all of humanity in existence? So, and this is the difficult part, is trying to find where is that middle absolutist ground that that states this to some degree, and it's difficult to find, but it's pretty easy to see. Again, racism is in general antisocial to such a degree that it's not really useful. It's not even useful building communities. And that might be a big thing, is that is fascism, is these extremist, tribalistic, anti-authoritarian, are these systems actually useful or good for building something? No, they aren't. They aren't. Are they even good and useful for themselves? No, they're actually fairly contentious among themselves, because the second they run out of available, convenient targets, they will turn on themselves and self-destruct.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is...
But I'm going to be as it's kind of like, I'm not a racist, but I'm going to be respectful as possible, but I'm not going to be respectful.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime.
Again, you don't care about being crime. Oh, you are yourself a pro-crime. And again, a lot of projection here. Notice again, media, tons of accusations. Rather than starting with again, we talk about civility and we talk about, let's be respectful. How about rather than immediately saying this is what you are, X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. How about instead, because you are literally starting a new conversation like this, okay, from my perspective, I see some big things. I see this as somewhat bad faith because what I've seen from people on your side or some degree, I don't know specifically about you. Like, it takes a little bit longer to be respectful. But again, that's the point of being respectful and being specific and nuanced.
Your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go with California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California?
No.
Or okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years.
Okay, limit sex offender registry for 10 years. California has a tier-based sex offender registry. Those who committed misdemeanors have to register for a minimum of 10 years, while those who commit more serious crimes have to register for 20 years to life. So again, lies. Again, because he was only presented the first part of this information. The fact that they changed it to where those who commit misdemeanors, again, his propaganda, they say sex offenders will only have to register for 10 years. And he goes, oh my God, that's so terrible, because Fox News told him that, and it's all terrible. You can see how he runs with this idea and how this idea gets lodged in his brain, because he doesn't want to fact check it, he doesn't want to understand it. And because he's already biased against this perspective, because he's a conservative and California is liberal hell, he immediately doesn't even consider, well, is that actually what it is? Or did it just change like certain sex crimes as being only 10 years, but the other ones are not? Which again, if you look at it, this is what it's going to actually be, is that California changed misdemeanor sex crimes, or at least some of them to some degree. I think that they're just all misdemeanors. I don't know the exact specifics, but I'm pretty sure it is just on misdemeanors as a whole. But again, look into yourself, to a minimum 10 years. So it's not maximum, minimum of 10 years. And those who commit more serious ones, 20 years. Now, here's the big thing that some people have talked about, and this is something that's even been talked about in certain feminist and also kind of some men's rights activist circles that I remember seeing from old debates back in the day, is that sometimes the sex offender risk can be rather inflexible when it comes to nuance. There's been multiple stories where you have like an 18-year-old boy who's dating a 17-year-old girl, and they both consent to having sexual intercourse, but because the 18-year-old boy is 18 and he is technically an adult, and she is like 6 months younger than him and technically is 17, that is, in whatever state it was, statutory rape. I think in this case it was actually a 17-year-old boy versus like it was a 15, good, just barely turning 16. So he was actually only about a year and a couple months older. So the difference is, as far as maturity and engagement, all were that. And again, there's multiple instances where that boy, and also sometimes it's a girl, can end up on the sex offender registry because technically they were charged with a crime because the parents reported because they were pissed off and angry, blah, 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 blah. And they, honestly, a lot of times, I remember one of the stories, the parents were even somewhat regretful of this because they didn't realize he would end up on the sex offender registry. They did this kind of out of instinct and anger. They thought he might just get some kind of like misdemeanor, like indecency kind of charge and have to do some community service because they were pissed off because their sweet little baby girl was having sex with a boy who's basically the same age. But then he ends up on the sex registry list and he can't get off of it. Like getting off the sex offender registry list is incredibly difficult depending on the state. It might have changed with recent laws or whatever. And this is part of the thing that California might have been doing. It's like, oh, okay, look, the sex offender registry is incredibly damaging to a person's entire existence. So while sex crimes are very nasty, are they any worse than, say, violent crimes or any other kind of crimes? Some degree, yes, some degree, wrong. But without any nuance, you can have somebody who got drunk, took off their pants and ran down the street streaking. They get arrested for indecent exposure, and because they happen to run past a 10-year-old kid who was like 40 yards away, they're now on the sex offender list for life, for 20 years to life. But because they got drunk and streaked? Maybe I just grew up in way too conservative or just kind of blue-collar life. But again, nakedness was not something that I was unfamiliar with as a young person, because like, look, just especially when you're in poorer neighborhoods and stuff like this, or you're having to deal with people who drink a lot, and again, very blue collar conservative environments, like shit like that is annoying and sucky, but it toughens you up. I don't know. Maybe it's bad that I fucking saw a penis when I was 10, 11 years old. Because and it's also weirdly cultural thing, because you can also have spas and like where you have to be naked in there. Like, again, should you take a kid in there? According to some Western values, no, but again, according to some other values, whether they be Eastern or Eastern European or whatever, it's like, well, no, like it's just a bathhouse. Like that, what the fuck you talking about? It's just a bathhouse. So again, I'm not going to argue any one way or the other. But the biggest thing is I want you to look at this fact, remember the fact checked, and then what he says.
Legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years.
Limits. According to this fact check, which you can check yourself, it doesn't say limit, it says minimum. Which means that you could absolutely have a misdemeanor that gets you 15 years. Or 20 years, or more. It just says minimum. Now check this out yourself. But again, his overall statement, limit, that's not a limit. He gets the year right, but again, limit, that was told to him, propaganda, and it missed all the rest of it. More serious sex crimes have to register for 20 years. Lies. Again, conservative ideology is built upon Lies and more lies. Constant lies to keep the narrative alive. Fantasy and fiction and ideology is more important than facts. They are literally feelings over facts. They only ever engage with the facts if the fact aligns with their feeling.
Was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature in California...
Don't shake your head. You don't know. You literally don't know. I guarantee you, this person doesn't actually fucking know.
Which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced three-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life.
So let's look at the actual thing. California voters changed the state's 3-strike rule in 2012, so the mandatory 25 life sentence was only imposed on serious or violent offenders. In 2021, the legislature ordered a mandatory resentencing for those with certain enhanced sentences. So again, one of the things that conservatives don't just understand, because they're just pro-punishment, pro-suffering, pro-destruction, is that the 3 strikes law that was imposed, I believe, by Clinton wanted to do this. I think he was the one who kind of made it somewhat of a national thing. So again, Democrats aren't free of this. Old school Democrats, new ones, they aren't free from this problem. We're off the hook here. Is that most people observe that it actually made crime kind of worse. Because if you're a criminal, and let's just say you're a criminal and you just a drug dealer. Now, you deal pot, marijuana, shit like that. Nothing too terrible, but again, you're a drug dealer. You get caught once, felony, 2, 3 years, whatever. You get caught a second time, another felony, 2, 3, 5 years. Now, you might think, well, okay, psychologically, you're not going to commit any more felonies because you're going to go to prison for life now. But one, let's just look at this. Say, again, your entire culture, your history, whatever, if this was moonshine in Appalachia, and it was just a white guy, and all he's doing is making moonshine, but it's illegal. It's a felony charge for selling, distributing a banned or banned substance, like drugs. It's a felony charge. He gets a 3rd felony charge because he's making moonshine just like his daddy and his daddy and all that shit. He goes to jail for life because he's a fucking moonshine salesman. Well, stop breaking the law. It's part of his culture is literally making this, and the only reason why it's outlawed is because fucking weird regulations, which you hate regulations. So why the fuck are you not happy with this? Or why are you against this? So we can see the 3-strike law, even though, yes, they should go to prison, this idea that somebody can go to prison for life for relatively minor felony offenses. Yeah, they're annoying, and there's some victims, but at the same time, the punishment is pretty severe, and it's also really taxing on the system because now we basically have to provide food, shelter, health care to an individual for the rest of their lives as they're locked up. We don't want that. We want these people going out, even if they are criminals. Criminals spend money and do provide some positive influence and impact on society. It's just their crimes tend to sometimes outweigh that, depending. Now, the 3-strike rule was, again, a nice tough on crime bullshit thing that, from statistically, it shows it didn't actually help reduce violent crime. Because again, you might have somebody who is a pot dealer, 2 felonies. He's never done anything violent in his fucking life. But now that he is there, and he knows, well, I'm going to continue dealing pot because he's a dickhead. He's a dumbass. But it's like this, well, if I need to kill somebody, fuck it, I'll do it. Because at this point, I get life no matter what. I get life no matter what. A great little moment. It's funny, this is even kind of discussed somewhat or this concept is discussed in the film Heat. Funny little again, it's a good movie, good crime movie with Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. But in one of the beginning sequences, a hot-headed guy on De Niro's crime little gang, they're stealing money from an armored car, and they've so far done it not relatively non-violently. Again, they fucked up the guards, but they're all alive. And so far, this would just be if they got charged, it would be theft, assault, all that stuff. It'd be like a 10, maybe 15 at the worst stretch. Not a bad sentence, depending. But hothead shoots one of the guards, kills him outright. Another guard reaches for his gun, so one of De Niro's men shoots him. Now there's a third guard that's left alive. He's not doing anything. He's not reaching for his gun. He's just standing there shocked. And De Niro gives the nod to have him executed. Why? Because at that point, why the fuck not? You are involved in a crime where somebody got killed. Even if you didn't pull the trigger, you are charged with murder. You get a murder shit rap. At that point, the difference in sentencing is not going to matter. You are going to get life in prison, 25 to life in prison, guaranteed for murder. So leaving this guy alive, there's no point to it. Why? It's just a witness at that point. They were fine with leaving them alive as witnesses or whatever because they were safe, whatever. But at this point, there's literally no reason to have any risk of it because the charge is murder no matter what. So kill him. So they did. Same thing was happening with the 3-strike thing, is that once you hit that second strike, basically all crime had the exact same level of threat. And psychologically, when that happens, then your willingness or any fear of committing crime or punishment kind of is reduced to a certain degree because it's all, whether you get a felony speeding ticket is the exact same as getting a felony murder charge. So why would you, as you're thinking, I hate this guy, I would kill him, but I'm afraid of copping a murder charge. But it's like, well, if you're gonna, if you're already kind of criminally aligned, and any charge you get is going to lead to you a 25 to life, why wouldn't you murder him? It's the same punishment. This is the stupidity of this.
That's a progressive law. That is not. That is pro-crime. You support that, don't you?
I actually don't support sex offenders coming off a list. I think they should be on for life.
Okay, so you disagree with progressives.
So hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right?
It seems like you and I agree on that.
I agree
the
on that.
Legislature of California doesn't.
So I'm not here to debate the legislature of California. I'm here to debate Donald Trump being pro-crime.
But you're
I'm saying that Donald Trump was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. When Ghislaine Maxwell, who's the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime, she's serving over 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex trafficker.
He's dead. I'm talking
about. She, again, you're trying to throw in a gotcha there. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein. She absolutely was partner in crime with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is fucking dead. That means that she is literally the worst one. Again, I would argue against that maybe, but certainly one of the worst ones we've had.
Lifetime. She's serving over 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex trafficker.
He's dead.
Like, that's such a dumb comment. God, it's such a dumb try to gotcha there.
I'm talking about people who are alive right now.
It's interesting, though, you didn't use his name, right? Wouldn't he be the one who did this?
Oh, great. I'm glad you brought up Jeffrey.
Why wouldn't I? Why would I? He's dead. But okay, yeah, like you said, all right, fine. We're going to bring it up. Donald Trump is super close friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. He's on tape. I don't know if you've heard the tape. He says, my closest friend was Donald Trump. I was his closest friend. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. Yes. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, good luck to her, I wish her well. So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being soft on child sex traffickers,
well, you just said they
like
were his
Epstein.
Friends. He's
no, I'm saying he was friends. He was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos? They danced together, partied together. Epstein said I was his closest friend.
He's not supported the pedophilia part. The only people supporting pedophilia.
And again, this is where that weird tribalistic, and again, you might add this as a new one. The next feature of conservatism is, this relates back to the kind of loser thing, is A lack of accountability and a refusal to accept any responsibility. This is a key feature of conservatism. This is why conservatism and Trumpism and MAGAism got so popular, is because for the most part, it gives you nothing but positivity in the sense of you get to hate the people you hate and you get to watch them get made fun of and insulted and hurt. But there is no requirement of any moral, ethical, or even positional thing other than loyalty. That's the only moral foundation, as long as you're loyal. So and again, because it's very convenient, it doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't say, hey, you need to be a good person. It just says, hey, destroy these people. And you're like, well, I don't really like a lot of them. So yeah. And if you don't, like, okay, you just sit on the sidelines. They don't kick you out. But again, this lack of responsibility, this lack of accountability. Well, he was their friend, you know, that doesn't mean anything. But also, if you're friends with somebody and they're going to go on trial, wouldn't you wish them well and wish them the best of luck and wish them well? Here's the thing. Principled people would say, as he's about to say, no, if my friend was on trial reasonably with a great deal of evidence, and the fact that, again, it's so obvious that the only way I would be friends with him is if I knew this, like there's no way I could avoid this for the most part. But if one of my friends was on trial for something as awful as child sex trafficking, and there's reasonable suspicion on this, I'm not going to publicly wish them well. I'm going to say, look, I don't know. I hope it's not true. I hope if that the evidence is wrong and that they've got the wrong person. But I'll be honest, it's a hard thing. I understand it's a hard thing to do, but if you're the president of the United States, you're asked to do hard decisions. And here's the thing: you don't wish well a child sex trafficker who's going on who's going to trial for child sex trafficking, especially because Donald Trump knows this. They all know this. This is not some random stranger on the street who doesn't know enough about this. So they just have to go, well, maybe they're innocent until proven guilty. I don't know. Donald Trump knows. Everybody knows that Ghislaine Maxwell is absolutely guilty.
It's not true. Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said, Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
So you think he's soft on sex offenders? Do you have any friends who are criminals?
Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you?
No, of course not.
Okay, so we're both in agreement again. So why are you defending Donald Trump?
If it came out tomorrow that one of your friends was a child sex trafficker,
you know what I'd do?
You'd stop being friends with them.
Yes. And I wouldn't say...
And then I'd go on TV and I would say, oh, look, Mr. Hasan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's pro-child sex trafficking.
What if Mr. Hasan said... I wish them well when they're on trial. Wouldn't you ever go at me for that?
You wish your friend well on trial?
Yeah, child sex trafficker. Would you be mad?
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's
Donald
your
Trump
gotcha.
Did.
That's your gotcha.
It is it's kind of a weaker gotcha, but again, for how pathetic and sad everything else has been, how weak their arguments have been, the fact that they can't argue anything, they just respond with this emotional, upfront, aghast at what they're saying, what he's saying, like they have nothing to go against here. Yes. You shouldn't wish them well. And again, for the most part, Donald Trump has really avoided and dodged making any kind of negative comments about Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's kind of the biggest fucking red flag.
It's a pretty big gotcha.
He wished a friend
pretty big gotcha.
Okay,
he praised the
what you're really
woman
trying
for
to do right now is you're trying to get back to Donald Trump on a personal level. Let's talk policy.
His name is
What's his policy?
Oh, you want to talk policies?
Yes.
So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left behind the highest murder?
Yes.
That is the most bad faith claim you could possibly make.
It's a fact from the CDC data.
And you know what? Here's why it's bad faith.
Can I finish a sentence and then you can come back in?
You're just lying to people. Donald Trump.
I'm lying?
Yes.
He did. And again, the fact check should be there. Again, Mehdi Hasan is being maybe a bit bad faith, but again, it's one of those things where it's hard to put against him because this argumentation style is exactly the same as what these people do, the right-leaning things, except it's actually factually accurate. A bit more. Now, should we blame Donald Trump for the murder rate rising so much? Again, I think, as it said right there, unemployment, COVID, due to COVID, school shutdowns, increased some crime to a certain degree, especially violent crime. That's going to happen kind of no matter who the president is. So you could certainly defend this, but again, here's my big problem. I don't like this argument line at all. I think it is bad faith and bad dishonest, but their defense of it sucks. Or their attack on it sucks.
I finished the sentence.
Donald Trump does not cause the murder rates. Murder is a state level
that's
crime.
hilarious.
Gavin Newsom is more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is.
That's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for the murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats
Yes,
are.
because it's
Everyone
a state
can see
level
your
law.
partisanship.
That's like saying no. I'll say Republicans are too. State
let's-
governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are
Let me
responsible
finish
for
a
murder
sentence.
rates.
When Donald Trump left office in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, there's a 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020. It was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905.
And who's
so
doing
he's
the-
pro.
Now, here's the interesting thing. We could then make and develop, and I would force this to argue. And one way you could make this this argument a little less bad faith on Mehdi's part. Notice again, I can criticize both sides quite well. I don't like this argumentation, but one way you could maybe strengthen them a bit is that would we have needed lockdowns and school closings, which is one of the primary encouragers or one of the primary causes or symptoms that causes the increased murder rate? I'm trying to think of a word that was better than that. Was not coming to me. But okay, would we have had to do lockdowns and school closures if Donald Trump, who had, I believe, a reasonable understanding of the seriousness and the threat that COVID represented, even as early as something like December, and they didn't really start doing anything as far as like closures, as far as mandates, as far as anything like that. Any of these things that, again, every other president, especially Democrat presidents and even Republican ones, have done. Whenever they have like a big like bird flu thing or something coming up there, they do lots more heavier checks. They have some restrictions on travel visas. They do lots of preemptive stuff because they don't want this to start. And because they do that, these things blow over, and then conservatives will say, oh, there was a hoax, it wasn't that actual serious because it obviously didn't happen, ignoring the fact that we did tons of work to prevent it from fucking happening. All right. Donald Trump didn't do that for months. Like, I think he first started doing some of the basic stuff, the stuff that you should do within weeks of notice. He did it like, what? Let's see, I think it was like March. Let's see, when is spring break? When was spring break in 2000? Because he kind of knew about it in fucking, I believe it was like December, or maybe even as early as November. School year would have started in late January. Would have been March, I think is like, yeah, so I think he started doing some basic stuff around February. But that was like 2.5 months, which again, with stuff like this, international travel, with the infectious nature of these kind of viruses, whatever, you can't wait like days and a week are the difference between a nothing, it just blows over, just nothing at all, and serious fucking problems and deaths is measured in days, maybe weeks, and he spent weeks, months sitting on this shit. And then I finally put together a pretty aggressive plan of school shutdowns and traveling for education purposes. I was teaching at the time. In the education sphere, we went from in-person to online teaching over a long spring break. So we had one extra week of spring breaks to try to turn all of our classes into fucking online, which that sucked, but I was prepared for it because I'm pretty savvy when it comes to that. Pretty good with that, but a lot of teachers it fucked over, and the students convert. But yeah, that I think that was like early mid-March. I can't remember So again, he knew about this December-ish. Didn't really start doing anything until mid-February, I think, and that was stuff that he needed to start doing early January. So he was a month plus behind because he spent all this time fucking being an asshole and dragging his feet because he just didn't want to have bad news. He didn't want to admit it was bad news because he knew it might look a little bit bad for his election. So instead, he did the short-sighted, dumb Wall Street Donald Trump fucking tactic of just ignoring the problem until it became a really huge problem. So you could absolutely say that Donald Trump's lack of and poor handling of COVID, especially in the early months, absolutely created the conditions for the murder rate to skyrocket. It's not a great argument, but it's stronger than nothing.
Who's doing the murdering? Aren't they responsible? Who's doing the murdering?
The murderers.
So aren't they responsible
But why
for the
did it
murder
go up
rate?
on his watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
Gee,
He's
that's
very
real
bad.
hard. That's
He's
a real
very bad
hard
at fighting crime.
That's a real hard one to figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest
God, they're still fucking pissed off and sensitive about that, despite the fact they weren't violently protesting. We weren't doing anything like, again, it's just so fucking bad.
you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder.
No, I think the
If they arrest you, that Sharp's going to be charged with murder. Like this fucking fantasy thing. It's just fantastical. What are you talking about?
pandemic had a lot to do with it.
Right,
But the
so
pandemic
did he
didn't
cause
finish
that?
in 2020.
What?
The pandemic didn't finish in
No, but
2020.
you
and yet
asked why the murder rate
and
went
yet
up.
if we're
The
going to
murder
play the
rate
what
went up
about game,
because of
you
all
guys
these
blame Joe
factors.
Biden for crime for years.
What Joe
For
Biden
years.
actively induces policies that are pro-crime. I'm asking
So
you
does
for
Donald Trump. Okay.
Name the policy
I'll
that's
name one right
pro-crime.
now. I'll
Please,
name one
I've
right
asked
now.
you for like 10 minutes.
I'll name
Please
one right
do
now.
that.
No, you haven't actually. You talked
What,
about
some of-
California legislatures. He pardoned violent criminals who
not-
then went
that's
on
not a policy.
to commit
He
other
did-
crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into
A
the
pardon's
community?
a one-time thing. What's his policy
know-
he has pushed? Name a law he
Hold
has
on, no.
signed.
A pardon
What
is a
law has he
one-time
signed?
thing. Is a policy is not one-time
That's
thing.
like Jimmy Carter pardoned the
You
draft. No,
guys
listen,
may want to dodge January 6th, the pardons.
I'm not judging that.
Then
Jimmy
deal with
Carter,
it. Did you agree
okay,
with
I'm
them?
gonna right
Do
now.
you agree with
Jimmy
them?
Carter
Do you
pardoned
agree with
draft
the pardons?
dodgers. Does that mean his
I don't,
policy was
I don't
no one
support
has to...
Jimmy Carter. Do you
Okay.
support the pardoning of?
Yeah, it sucks when you're talking to somebody who has principles, even if I disagree with them, that hold true. I would criticize Jimmy Carter and I would not support him. I would do this for Donald Trump on these principles. Even if I don't agree with them, this is the difference between principles and tribalistic politics.
People who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, reckless homicide.
Now, see,
These are people
there's
who
more bad
released.
faith.
Now, this is bad faith argumentation, but what I love and find it hilarious, in kind of a schadenfreude kind of manner, is that this is the exact same kind of nitpicking, cherry-picking kind of argumentation that is these people to a T. And you can see how angry and irritated and flustered and frustrated they get with it. Which, again, is just like, again, it's just ironic when you finally meet somebody who kind of argues at the same way you're doing, at least to some degree, how they are so incisive. Basically, it's amazing. They know how much of a disagreeable, hateful cunts they are, because you could show it to them. All you just need to do is just put a different coat of paint on it, and they will hate that person. Despite that person is exactly like them.
See,
are
there's more
people
bad
released
faith.
from
He
prison.
didn't pardon someone for sexually abusing a
No, but
child.
they went
He
on to be
pardoned
convicted
someone
of it.
for
So
rebelling
that's
against the government that they believed
No,
had
they-
rigged elections. That's what he pardoned them for. He didn't pardon them for
No.
sexual child abuse.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out, so that means
Now,
the crime rate goes up.
So you say they're criminals because they did the crime, right?
Yeah.
Would you extend that to illegal immigrants, that they're all criminals because they committed a crime? I have a
No,
feeling your
the
position
Supreme
is going
Court.
to change.
Supreme Court. We're going to talk about immigration.
That
Supreme-
someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but somebody who
according to
illegally
Supreme
entered the
Court.
Capitol.
Not-
They didn't illegally enter into the United States. This is being a fundamental kind of problem, is that the vast majority of them don't illegally enter into the United States. What they end up doing is they legally enter the United States, but then they basically time out on their legal status, because they're kind of in a legal limbo, because you are allowed to, it's kind of like a, you can almost think of it like a trespassing thing, is that you are allowed to enter into a building. Let's just say there's somebody out there and they say, we allow walk-in job applications. You're allowed to walk into there and give a job application. And they say, we will get you a job interview within a short amount of time. And please sit down in the waiting area and wait for somebody to come, because somebody will review your thing. It's like same day job interview. Okay. They come in, they sit down in the lobby, and they wait. They wait and they wait and they wait. But eventually, they need to pee. They need to get some water. They need to get some food. So what they do is they get up, they go and find a bathroom. They ask somebody, hey, where's the bathroom? And that person is not there to ensure that they stay in the waiting area. They point them, oh, the bathroom's over there. So they go to the bathroom and go and find a drinking fountain, and then they ask, hey, is there a vending machine somewhere around here? Like, yeah, there's a vending machine on the second floor. So they go up to the second floor and get the vending machine, but they're not allowed technically on the second floor. They kind of are allowed because they're allowed to walk about, and for the most part they're encouraged to be in the waiting room. And then it takes so long, months and years, eventually they're like, hey, like, I want a job here, like in the work, like, do you need help doing stuff? I'm like, okay, yeah, I would, because they want to work, they want to do stuff, they want to be helpful. That's why they came here for the job. So they just start working, doing the job. They get paid under the table. They get paid. Like, it's not so much this, like the crime of whether or not you are allowed to be there or whether or not you're trespassing and loitering. That's kind of what their illegal status is that they came over through a legal process, and we're trying to legally process them. It's just we're so backed up, it takes so fucking long. And during this legal process, they are allowed to a certain degree to work, pay taxes, do this stuff, to live in the apartment, to basically live like they actually had legal status, because technically they have a grace period of legal status until we figure out whether or not their asylum claim is legitimate or not. And until then, until they get that time, they are in that legal thing of, yes, you're allowed to stay here and work. You don't have certain privileges, but you're allowed to stay here and work. Congratulations, I guess. That's just it. They are illegal only because they've either overstayed the visa, they've overstayed this thing, they fail to go to a court date, which may or may not have perfectly rational reasons why they didn't go to the court date, because more often than not, they do want to go to the court date. They just kind of time out. Like, again, the legality of them, again, even if we want to say they're criminals and they're illegals, it is a different type, but let's just stick with it first. The problem is, we'll see this phrase, let's phrase this again.
Send that to illegal immigrants, that they're all criminals because they committed a crime. I have a feeling you're...
They committed a crime. They committed the same crime that you commit when you park your car in a parking spot that says it is free from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. And you parked your car there. And then you left, you went down, and you got back, and hey, you wanted to get to your car, and you're up at 7 in the morning, ready to go pick up your car before 9 a.m., before, it's no longer free parking. But there's a line to get into the parking lot, and it's 1.5 miles long. So then all of a sudden, while you're in the middle of line and you're still an hour away from getting in there, it's 9:05. Somebody comes by, puts a ticker on you. Did you commit a crime? Technically, yes, but also we could say technically the intentions and the desires of this person was not criminal in any way. They wanted to get their car, and they were ready to get their car at 7 in the morning. It just took them so long to get fucking processed, they couldn't get to their car until 9:35. And that's outside of the grace period. That's the criminality he's talking about here. Again, they want to rephrase this, and they want to use this blanket statement to assume that all these people are like jumping the border, and they're assaulting police officers as they're jumping the border, and they're sneaking in like some kind of spies, like an invading force. That's not what's happening. They're literally coming in, like 95% of them, the vast majority, are coming in through a genuinely legal process that's perfectly fine. Nothing morally or ethically or legally dubious. It's just a normal process that a lot of people have, lots of countries, and we just suck at processing them. Because, again, idiots like this don't know how things work, and they don't know how to do things. They don't know how systems work.
The Supreme Court, we're going to talk about immigration.
Someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but somebody who illegally entered the Capitol
Not
is.
according to the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States
The
illegally
Supreme
is not
Court,
a criminal.
and we can jump to future claims.
Can I get the case
We can
site?
jump to 20. You want to get the case?
The case site, please.
You
said the Supreme Court
the
said,
citation of the case.
yes, that entering
It's
the United
called-
States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
And so much for being polite. You didn't even offer your hand to shake him. Again, I wouldn't accept it because you're a irrational piece of shit cunt of a human being. But the fact that they constantly talk, all of these people, they all will at various times talk about civility or whatever. But then that guy doesn't shake his hand.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you, sir?
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for
There
coming.
we go.
Appreciate you. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardoned them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left. I'm surprised it hasn't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself sitting in the White House.
Okay, I want to
34
make sure I
felony
understand you correctly because
Yes.
I don't want to straw man you.
No,
You're saying
I appreciate
Yeah, he is a convicted criminal. And again, these crimes were crimes, and it wasn't some liberal. This isn't a hack job. They always try to want to present that Donald Trump's crimes, they were all just created crimes. They had to create a legal theory to try to get him on this. Is like this. Yeah, that's like one of his court cases. This guy has been brought up like again dozen times. I think 34 convictions, across many things. To say nothing of the fact that he has been sued in civil court successfully dozens of times for lack of payment and again, I would call that crime. Again, it's hard to see it as criminal because it wasn't reported as a crime of theft, but in many ways, again, these people were suing him in civil court for not paying his bills. And frequently he would lose them. Again, he just didn't want to pay. He always wanted to avoid paying these bills and then drag it out in a court case and try to get away cheap by it's cheaper to have the lawyers just stall than to pay the couple $1 million he owes. Again, it's weird. I'll bring up this story because I've heard this several times, and I don't know if she still tells it anymore because I think she is somewhat Republican leaning, and she doesn't want to basically get harassed by the conservative machine. But one of the blonde businesswoman from Shark Tank, I can't remember her fucking name on Shark Tank for a long time. She was kind of an older woman, blonde hair. She mostly got her stuff in like real estate, and she successfully sued Donald Trump. Again, he settled by finally paying his bill because she was asked by Donald Trump to sell some of his properties. She did so successfully for the asking price that was kind of posted, whatever. But because Donald Trump felt like she undercut the price because he wanted more, because he's just a dumbass and he just thinks that no matter what he owns, it should get this maximum kind of profit. And again, she's a real estate agent who understands the market and goes like, no, this is what your property is worth. Nobody was ever going to buy it for this delusional fucking price. And I believe even if she even said that, is that they agreed on what she should sell the property for. She sold it for about that price. I think maybe a little under because people just weren't willing to pay anything more than a price. And it's part of the haggling thing. And he got pissed because she couldn't sell it for like an astronomical amount. Like it's such a ridiculous, like, look, dude, this property's worth 2.5 million and you're trying to get me to sell it for 5 million. Nobody's going to pay 5 million for a 2.5 million property. Not at this bracket. I can maybe get 2.7, 2.75, but maybe 3, but I'm not getting 5. Nobody could get 5. He didn't want to pay her any of her commission fees. She had to sue him in civil court to get them, and he eventually paid for them. And again, she said, like, this was a long time ago, because again, it's become unpopular to actually speak the truth about Donald Trump in more conservative circles. But she said she wouldn't do business with him anymore because, again, he does this, and he's been sued this way successfully by almost every contractor he's worked with, dozens of them. People
dozens of contractors, especially good ones, reputable contractors who do good work and work with big names. They wouldn't work with Donald Trump because he won't pay his fucking bills. The guy is a thief. He just steals things in white collar crime areas to where we don't really see as crime. They always have to end up, because it's hard to prosecute these things as criminal matters, they always end up in civil court. This guy is an asshole and a criminal. That's why he is, in many ways, the way I would argue it, is that he is in many ways pro-crime and pro-criminal, because he wants to constantly commit crimes. The crime of theft, the crime of lack of pay, the crime of, again, if you're not paying for what you got, you're stealing it.
Every time that he's been confronted,
Not every time. I didn't say the words every time.
Most times.
A lot of the time.
A lot of the times.
Yes.
He's leaned towards criminal activity.
I didn't say criminal activity. He has committed crimes.
Endorsed criminal.
He's been indicted for
Correct.
88 different criminal offenses in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offenses by
34 counts of falsifying business records. Again, to steal money from people, the state he lives in, to steal money from, and as far as taxes. Again, this guy is absolutely a criminal piece of shit. That, again, stealing and lying on your taxes, doing this stuff does have, when you have as much money as he does, this does have a material impact upon people.
a jury of his peers.
Okay.
But let's park that for a moment.
Okay.
Separate to his own crimes, when
Right.
confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire called
Right.
Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course,
Right, I get
invited
it.
him
So
to the White House,
plenty of
and
examples,
the guy
plenty of
invested
examples.
$70 million in Trump.
Yeah, plenty of examples. I can't talk about any of these things. I just want to talk in vague semantic stuff. Okay, fine.
Okay, so what
cryptocurrency.
I want to ask you
That's
this. Okay,
pro-crime in my
so
view.
is it possible? Because remember, the burden of proof's on you, right? You have to prove. Is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime?
Yeah.
Is there's another reason for the doing it? There's other justification. For
Oh,
example,
no,
let me give an example,
yeah,
and then you can
please.
rebut it. The J6.
Yes.
Is it possible that he could have done this
Yes.
to unite the country, to move past?
No. One, because it's even more divisive. Two, it encourages people who were incredibly divisive, because they're not going to be punished for their divisiveness, and they know that he's going to support their civil war, insurrectionist, divisive rhetoric and or actions. No. This isn't some clemency kind of thing. And more importantly, I mean, I might argue as a general philosophical standpoint, is that this kind of clemency is actually not particularly good across the board.
To go to a new chapter, if it's even possible, I think you would have to.
But we didn't go to the new chapter. He pardoned them, and now you guys won't even admit that January 6th, even though everyone's free now, they're all pardoned, basically. They're all pardoned in a way you won't even admit, even though you not going to suffer any consequences from it. You won't even admit, yeah, it was bad, that was shitty, that was awful. You won't. That's the problem. It didn't heal the problem. The problem is you guys and your aggressive, hateful stupidity.
Admit that there's another possibility, therefore he's not pro-crime, at least in possibility.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yep, okay.
So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers.
Right.
I'm not saying he did that on January 6th. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals,
Wait.
it doesn't
Intent
matter.
doesn't matter?
No, he's pro-crime.
It's an interesting thing that, I believe intent can be very important, but as I've discussed, I think previously, there is some rather interesting and important kind of arguments when it comes to, especially when you're dealing with large-scale systems, nation states, and positions of power, like governmental power, that intent of actions doesn't necessarily mean as much. Like on the individual level, yes, but when it comes to like systems, intent doesn't matter. That's like the whole problem of like systemic racism, is that nobody intends on being racist when they're redlining and denying loans. They're just following the system. But then again, that that doesn't solve the problem, because the problem is what this is doing is racial discrimination, oppression, and general awfulness. Nobody's intending for it to do that, but that they're not really thinking about the consequences of whether they're just doing the system. They're just doing what they're told. They're just following orders. So ultimately, we can certainly say, like, look, your intention doesn't matter. And we can even argue furthermore is that even if you don't intend this argument can be turned around, because if you have enough power and enough foresight and enough information to have, if you are examining them, to know what the impact or the potential impacts of this action are, but you don't intend for them, but you know that they are a highly likely thing, then your intent is fucking nonsensical and should be disregarded. You are still guilty of the crime, even though you technically didn't. Again, this is like a weird argument for ultimate ignorance of all things. And that only works when somebody has literally zero power or ability to understand what the impact of their actions will be.
Well, no, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. That means
if I'm
he's
confronted,
for crime.
I'm confronted. Well, he is, because for example, I gave an
no,
example.
No. It could
Can I
be
finish?
possible.
I didn't
Okay, sorry,
interrupt you.
forgive me. Yep.
Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased the crime rate? I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who have been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people who we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around and go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. A lot of these people were already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases, by Republican judges, but I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes you pro-criminal.
Is it possible?
Very
Again,
much so.
all I'm trying to...
And if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like...
That is absolutely true. If Joe Biden had done this, you would absolutely be all over this shit.
If Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea deal.
No. And also, so what? Like, you don't believe in releasing, like, that's like 99, that's like the vast majority of crime or people in prison took plea deals of some kind. Like, whether they were extremely guilty or not, like, again, this is ignoring, it has nothing to do with this. Do you have any evidence that their punishment and or their crime, their sentencing was somehow unjust or otherwise bad, or like their actions were justifiable after the fact? I don't know. Like, again, oh, they took a plea deal. Okay, you don't give a shit about that, especially because the vast majority of people who you think should be in prison for the rest of their life, they took plea deals.
Some of them, maybe.
A lot of them, maybe?
Others we saw with our own lying eyes on tape, battering police.
And again, you're assuming, oh, well, they're just caught up. They can't prove their innocence. Part of the reason why they can't prove their innocence is because they weren't fucking innocent. Now, again, maybe, but again, he pardoned 1,600. He didn't pardon just a few dozen like this. Okay, these people, we looked into these specific cases. These people, I think they were kind of caught up in the justice system a little bit, that there wasn't strong enough evidence to actually convict these people. This was a little bit of a miscarriage of justice. Let's pardon them. 1,600. You think Donald Trump and his team actually looked at 1,600? Fuck off.
So I want to eventually...
Did you watch live on January 6th? What happened?
To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this.
Okay.
I'm more...
Why did you bring it up? But you're just spitballing ideas, but there's no reason to spitball ideas unless you have some factual understanding of why that idea might have relevance.
We're trying to target, you're saying he's pro-crime, and in my head,
I'm
just
saying,
thinking this logically, let me finish, if I can finish for 1 second. If thinking this, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons, for example, unifying the country, next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And if that's
I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant, because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being...
And what's hilarious is, again, I have heard this same type of argument used against Joe Biden, used against others who grant clemency to immigrants and illegal immigrants who then go on to commit violent crimes, and how this is so terrible, and how, you're pro-crime because you're letting these criminals back out on the street.
it's interesting seeing how resistant they are, because again, they don't have principles. Because here's the thing, I'm not sure I 100% agree with Mehdi Hasan here, but they should, because this is a fundamental principle that they're constantly talking about. The fact that they can't understand this and they can't see this shows, again, whether you agree or disagree, you probably shouldn't agree with them at all, and should dismiss them, because they have zero consistency and awareness of what they actually believe.
Pro-criminal, and I've interviewed police officers.
I don't know about that
I've
case,
interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to retire from the police office, broken bones.
Can I move really
Let me say
quick
this out.
yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay, I doubt
All
a lot
right,
of the sources, but
pause.
You doubt
Pause.
police officers who testified to being assaulted?
You've
Wow.
been voted out by the majority. Please return to
Got those sources. Again, you don't believe anything. You don't believe your own sources. None of your stuff came from sources, so why are you even doubting the
your
source?
seat.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
you? So you claim that your main claim is
Did you not introduce yourself? Fucking young people. Good Christian, I'm sure.
that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there.
You were there. Of course you were. Of course you were.
Claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand. About a football field away. There's smoke in my eyes. Bloodied. It was a crazy day.
Bloody crazy. That doesn't sound like peaceful protest. That doesn't sound like people being peacefully led through the hallways. That sounds like a pretty violent fucking thing. That sounds like something that maybe people should be arrested for. That sounds like something that maybe was a serious crime and should not be pardoned. Maybe not.
Were you convicted of any crimes?
No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Stay very peaceful. But
But the 1,600 people did. And they didn't stay peaceful.
your entire claim is that he
That's not
pardoned.
my entire claim.
That's basically you keep
No,
bringing
I
it up.
mentioned-
All you do is bring it up.
Okay, I'll mention
Well,
some other
let
people.
me say this.
Are you
Let me say
okay with
this.
his pardoning of Paul Wolchak, who
Let me
stole money
bring
from
this
his
up.
employees?
You keep talking
or
about
9 former
pardoning.
members of Congress.
You
That's
keep
my
talking
claim.
about pardoning.
He keeps pardoning criminals. That makes him
You know who else
pro-criminal.
pardoned a big criminal?
Go on.
Hunter Biden.
Yep. So let's just go with this. Let's just say Hunter Biden is a serious and he shouldn't have been pardoned. Okay. So the only way in which your argument works is then all presidents are pro-crime or pro-criminal, or all recent presidents are pro-crime, pro-criminal. That doesn't defeat that Donald Trump is pro-crime, pro-criminal.
Was pardoned by his
Yeah, I
father.
don't think
He
he should've
did
done
crack
that.
cocaine,
He should've done
and
that.
he had hookers there too.
I'm with you all. I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim
go
that
check my
Biden? Why
Twitter.
don't you claim that
I
Biden
think Joe
is
Biden in that
pro-crime?
instance was pro-crime. He shouldn't have done it.
well,
he
so
shouldn't have
he was-
done it.
Yeah. Oh, look, somebody with principle who's saying, yeah, Joe Biden in that point, I was very disappointed. He was pro-crime. I do not like that at all. But I'm not talking about I'm talking about Donald Trump because he's the president right now. You guys keep fucking doing this weird, and that's another goddamn thing. It's because with the victim mentality thing is literally, even when they win, just kind of remember, even when they win, they can't help. Here's the word I'm looking for. Look that up. I believe that is the psychological term. They are the conservative ideology, being losers, being resentful, based on purely resentment, kind of even like a Nietzschean concept of resentment or resentment. Well, it's not quite resentment, but it's close enough to the word resentment. It's a French word, resentment. But it's like a Nietzschean resentment, but from a psychological standpoint, one of the big things they are like grievance collectors, to where they will collect these grievances, these minor things that happen that are either
perceived slights or actual slights, which is there's a difference between there being an actual slight and you just perceiving a slight because of your narcissistic paranoia. You collect these grievances, you collect these things, and no matter what is said or done, no matter how much compensation you receive, social, financial, whatever it is, those grievances never go away. You never ever forgive and forget. You never forgive, you never forget. It is a constant. You collect these grievances and throw them out. Donald Trump won the presidency. Biden wasn't his fucking opponent. But no matter what, it will always be Biden, 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 Biden. Kamala Biden, Biden, Kamala, Kamala Biden. Like, no matter what it is, it doesn't matter. They cannot talk about anything present, even when they're winning, even when they're in power. They will still bitch about these grievances that happened in the past.
Overall pro-crime just because he did that.
No, but Joe Biden didn't just. So if it was just a pardon, then you'd be fine. But I already mentioned there's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually a convicted criminal in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine.
Yeah, people forget about that. Is that a lot of Trump's wealth and actual influence, especially coming from the 80s, came from mob connections. Like, there isn't 100% like proof of serious criminal activity, but the guy was like he was very, very much connected and a stooge for the mob. Again, as it says right there, Trump worked with the mafia on certain construction jobs that involved unions, supply and contracting companies that were under mob control. This guy was absolutely a shill. And a big thing people talk about is that he was also, a lot of his casinos were probably kind of fronts for mob money, for them to basically clean their money and to wash their money through his things, through his real estate and or his casinos. So yeah, that's again another conveniently forgotten. Like, these people who love Trump, a lot of them love Trump. They don't even know who Trump is. They don't know his past. They don't know anything about him. It's so hilarious.
Maxwell.
Well, that's
I can keep going.
Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to.
Do you think?
And he's very,
do you think
very
Donald
rich,
Trump is in the Epstein
so
files?
he paid.
Do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
As soon as Trump found out,
do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, I do not.
Here, is Elon Musk lying?
I wonder when this was actually recorded, because we'll know 100% his fucking ass. And again, this is probably Trump not releasing the Epstein files and deliberately fucking hiding them, despite his promises to reveal them for fucking years, for quite a while now. Yeah. They'll eat their words, but they won't even eat their words. They'll never acknowledge this.
Let me explain this.
Okay.
He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought, obviously, a ticket to go in there. Yep. As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediate ban from Mar-a-Lago.
But okay.
Immediate ban from Mar-a-Lago. Yes, it is.
That's not
yes,
true.
It is.
Alleged Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago for hitting on other members' daughter. Again, it's a claim. I don't think it's been backed up anything. It could be true, could not be true. But again, for the most part, based on Trump's previous behavior and what he lets into Mar-a-Lago and all that stuff, it's kind of doubtful. It's kind of doubtful that he actually canceled the membership. And again, he didn't cancel his friendship. He didn't cancel his engagement with Epstein to any degree. So I don't know, man. It was pretty weak.
Ghislaine Maxwell recruited some of the girls that were abused from Mar-a-Lago.
During a deposition, Virginia Giuffre said she was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell about giving massages to Epstein while working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago. So yeah, this whole idea that, again, Trump was upset about this, whatever, I don't think so at all. Not really.
Listen to this.
From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right?
Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage, okay? Do you
Sometimes
really,
people tell the truth when they're...
So does Trump. Tweets out shit in fits of rage all the time. Oh, but he wouldn't betray us. He's loyal. He's a friend. He wouldn't betray Trump. That's all it is. It's just loyalty.
Do you really
The truth comes out when people are angry sometimes.
So
we might see that today.
Kash Patel literally said that Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So
again, this is prior to, again, anything that's recently happened with the Epstein files, which is just hilarious that you had all these right-wing grifters go to, God, they went to the White House and they had the little photo shoot with the big like collection of papers or whatever we had access to the Epstein files, which they had access to some of it or whatever, basically public thing, but it's like some publicity stunt for the Trump regime to suggest that, they are fighting against crime, and here they are, and they had all these right-wing pundits show off in this little photo shoot, and then they said they're going to release the rest of them, and fucking, what is it, Pam Bondi, I think it was, who said this, that she literally had the Epstein list and the Epstein file on her desk, and she's ready to release it, all this bullshit, blah, blah, blah. Oh, fucking hell. And then guess what? Guess fucking what? We don't release it. Now, Austin, the file never existed. There was no list. It never happened. What are you talking about? Oh, fuck me. I love it.
Said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that?
Whatever he says goes then. Yeah, I don't care.
You do?
He knows more information than I do.
A lot of MAGA people are upset.
He knows
with
more
Kash
information
Patel
than I do. But here's the actual claim.
Suddenly people are trying to vote you out because you said you agree with Kash Patel on Epstein.
He knows more information than I do.
Pause. That's time.
Everybody knows more information than you do. That is such a low bar.
Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, take care.
Surrounded is now a podcast.
All right,
My
let's see.
next claim is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution.
All right, so this one's going to get rough. It gets worse. Like, if you thought it was bad now, from, I think, this point onward, it starts getting really, really bad. Like, straight up fascist, Nazi, dictator, fucking autocratic, genuine, racist, hateful, white nationalist, crazy fucking shit. It gets so bad from this point onwards.
Nice to meet
pleasure
you.
to meet you, sir.
Mehdi, lovely to meet you.
And this guy, I love how the weird energy, they're so nervous, but also so excited to express themselves because they're so pent up from having to hide how much of a racist piece of shit they are. Connor is a genuine, ugly piece of shit. If he was one of my employees, I would fire him. This is how bad it is. I believe in freedom of expression a lot. And I believe in not quite absolutist First Amendment, but pretty far. I would fire him. And you're going to find out why.
So I would say that with Trump being anti-Constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly.
Okay.
Because in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us. Yes. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can.
And when he says serve us, he means an ethnic, racial, and religious specific us. Not people, not American values, but when it doesn't suit my interest, I don't give a shit.
Be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly...
Yeah. Just realizing that a lot... Again, here's my big problem. We'll probably keep this going for another hour or whatever. But here's when we get to the second one. I'll probably mention this again when we finish this up because we didn't get too far. And I'm going to try to get farther next time because we waste a lot of time. But that's kind of what we do here. We take a lot of time to get through this. The fact is that none of these people ever disavow or otherwise break with their tribe, even though members of the tribe will say and do things or just exhibit behaviors that are genuinely repugnant and anti the tribe's values, if they have anything, or anti what you think the tribe's values are. The fact that they don't do that is a pretty serious problem.
there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully
Bad people. Great. Good description.
enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further.
So this is
Again, the libertarian white nationalist piece of shit loves that because, again, he doesn't like human rights. He doesn't like the Constitution because it enshrines certain rights that will restrict his hateful bigotry. He doesn't like that.
This is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset, so I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay.
Why? Again, you don't support the Second Amendment. You want to have guns. There's the difference. You don't support rules and regulations. You have desires and wants. You don't know how to do systems. You don't know how to do this because that would imply giving another individual potential power over you. And you are absolutely the most narcissistic, small-minded piece of shit. You don't follow any rules. You don't want to have a society. You are antisocial to the nth degree. You should be kicked out of your church. You should be shunned by your friends because you are a toxic element that cannot be allowed to exist because of it. Not because of any specific things that you want to do or your immutable characteristics, whatever. It's because your behavior and your ideology is one of the few examples that, yes, we absolutely do need to kick you out. We can tolerate so much. We can tolerate an incredible amount of diversity, but what we can't tolerate is basically the anarchism of let's just burn all this shit down and murder and rape to my pleasure. That's what we can't support, and that's what you are.
Surprise, I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to.
And I just love how happy they are to do this. And it's just like this. You literally can't form even your Christian religion, because I think he's Catholic, like all of these things. You can't start. Catholicism can't exist with your mentality. None of this shit can exist with your mentality.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever
the
it's in
Second
your
Amendment.
favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
So you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
I feel like it's important to kind of point out an important bit with this, and kind of the irony is that because they don't know how systems work, they can't distinguish between functional and non-functional systems. Can't spell today. Autocracy. Wow. Bad spelling today. Just terrible. Autocracy doesn't really work. And what's weird is that the autocracy that they want, the way they want to run the country, tariffs, only building stuff here, whatever, it ends up leading into two, and we'll talk about this probably a bit later because we're going to run out of time probably, but the irony is that the world that these type of conservatives want to build is a world that looks exactly like what they hate. Take their autocracy, their white nationalists, their racist fucking systems of bullshit and discrimination. That, if they're allowed to get in power and put forward and codify into law, creates a society like India's caste system. And it creates that same degree of horrible third world conditions that they constantly, or second world, whatever you want to call it, that they constantly criticize. Oh, this is a country's a shithole. This literally makes a country a shithole, is this belief system. And the great irony is that the more they do this, along with the tariffs, along with the anti-immigration, the anti all this, what will happen is businesses will want to leave because they don't want to engage with this because it's not particularly profitable. They're not necessarily doing it out of humanitarian things. Maybe they might a little bit, but honestly, they'll leave because it's not very profitable, because it doesn't work. It's a system that doesn't work very well for capitalism, and they can't change and won't change capitalism. So they'll just literally relegate them to the second, third, fourth place and worse, because they're not a good system. Companies will leave. The companies that'll stay, and the only companies that will deal with us because of both the cultural and also the economic systems, are going to be the same kind of systems that exploit labor, that exploit cheap labor, and emphasize this, which is going to make us more like the India, or like the worst aspects of India, because again, cheap labor, that's where we get there. We want the factories there for their cheap labor. We don't want expensive labor. The next thing that'll happen is the only countries or the only businesses that will want to deal with us, both for economic and or cultural reasons, are going to be like other autocracies, dictatorships, and whatever not, which again is those kind of companies and those kind of deals will not treat American workers well because they don't want to. They don't give a shit, which means that we won't treat them well because we don't like them. We don't give a shit. You will create a system of exploitation that does exactly what you don't want to happen, that you criticize other nations for. And then finally, the isolationism that will happen here will end up creating all of that. Plus, there's a good chance it'll actually end up into some weird state-sponsored governmental businesses that have to be started up either by government or with governmental assistance or by the few billionaires that are here. But they will do so knowing that you guys are desperate, that you've isolated yourself, that you've created this functionally dysfunctional supply-demand fucking broken nature, that they'll create the same kind of Stalinist, communist, fucking governmental, pseudo-governmental run organizations that are extremely exploitative. And oh look, you've ended up at exactly where you don't want to be. But Hollywood will start putting out less, less movies starring black people or gay people, and that'll be good. That's a good trade. That's the great irony. We'll discuss this probably in more depth later on, or we might discuss it as he talks, but the great irony is that people like this dumbass, this Connor person, which I'm not saying anybody should dox him, but if he does get doxed, I'll be interested. I'm kind of curious of where he works, what his life is like, because I'm sure it's been a very privileged and safe life that he has suckled at the teat of all these systems that he hates and wants to destroy. But the big great irony of this, just they create their own bullshit. They literally are just so stupid and so ugly that they create their own worst nightmare.
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump.
He literally wants and again, he's not American. He literally is not an American. He is, again, American values are anti-autocracy. We literally rebelled against a fucking monarchy. We rebelled against a sovereign monarch, an autocratic sovereign monarch. We literally rebelled against that because of the lack of representation. So American values are intrinsically not autocratic and not dictatorship, because we don't like those things. And we also rebelled because of the religious things. So the great irony here is that this man is as anti-American as fucking possible. If there is anybody the conservatives should want to get out of their country, it is this guy, because he is so anti-American. But the reason why they align with him is because his anti-American nature right now is targeting and going to go after people like Mehdi Hasan. They agree with him because he's a racist, because he is a fucking nasty piece of shit. because they only have the values of harm. They don't have the values of protection of sacred duties or anything like that. They only have one thing: the value of loyalty and the value of harm, even though harm is not a particularly good value. They only want to hurt people. That's it.
Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree, and
So
that's
you
part of
support
the problem.
Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to.
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact.
Here's my problem. I wouldn't entertain this. I would immediately say, okay, I'm done with you. I don't, and honestly, I wouldn't even say like on a moral argument. I would just say like, look, literally my argument is only relevant to American and American values. My arguments, my debate, this is only really useful or intrinsically worthwhile to debate and argue with people who are American and or hold American values. You are, for the most part, neither. Because if you don't hold American values and are this, again, you are literally abusing the citizenship that you were born with, that you should be denaturalized. If anyone should be denaturalized, it's people who are not American values. This guy is literally not American in any value system whatsoever. If anyone was to be denaturalized, let's just say you have two people. Let's say Mehdi Hasan was a naturalized born, born an American citizen. If anyone was to have their naturalized citizen revoked, who do you think is more in line with American values? Mehdi Hasan, who believes in democracy, who is anti-autocratic, who is anti the basic foundational aspects that are enshrined in American values, constitutionally or otherwise, or this fucking clown? If your answer is anything but this, the only reason you're reaching that is because you hate brown people. I'm sorry. I'm not going to entertain any more complexity than that.
Local leaders.
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around.
These far-right conservatives people. Which ones?
Local leaders.
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around.
White people?
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
So,
well, actually, I have quite.
Some of the people in this room don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history.
I believe that there are some good non-white people
in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white, and should stay.
Defending, and again, notice this kid, we might not get to him, but this kid not even background, he is the dumbest, most ignorant, racist little dude bro fucking piece of shit. God damn it. I hope he gets bullied in school. I hope people find out he was involved in this, and I hope he has to switch schools like multiple times because it just follows him around everywhere he goes that he's the biggest, dumbest fucking racist piece of shit in existence. I'm not anti-bullying, by the way, in case you want to somehow say, oh, you're being mean or whatever, prejudicial. No, I'm not anti-bullying. I never have been. I don't like it. And I believe that a majority of time it is counterproductive to a good social environment. That doesn't mean that some degree of gatekeeping and or negative repercussions for antisocial behaviors is off the table. Again, I am very tolerant, but I will not tolerate intolerable acts and intolerable things.
How does the United States... I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? Sorry, what's your name?
My name is, my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
What the fuck was that? I don't think his name's Connor. I think he gave a false name because he's trying to hide how much of a piece of shit he is. I don't think his name's Connor at all. I think he fucking lied. I think he lied to Jubilee and all that because he wants to keep he's using a pseudonym because because he's terrified of being identified.
Sorry, what's your name?
My name is my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt there.
Oh, well, I use a pseudonym online.
Fair enough.
I use a pseudonym online.
Connor,
Fair enough.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
This is the Achilles fucking heel. They don't know how the government would work. They can't imagine how it works. Even if they look at old autocracies, they don't understand how the Catholic Church works. They don't understand how the autocracies and monarchies of the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries, 16th centuries. They don't know how any of this shit works that they might try to appeal back to this time when we were true and proper and aligned with Christian values and American values, despite the fact that this existed before America, but fucking okay. And you want to keep American demographics when? America existed before the United States of America. You do understand that, you fucking dink. Do you want to restore the demographics? Okay, the demographics before then were majority Native American, various tribes. French, there was a good chunk of French here, French colonialists and fur trappers and traders. Huge swaths of Mesoamerican and whatnot. Whether it's like the fucking Incans or the Mayans, depending on where you're looking at or what fucking time it is, and area and shit like that. You might have some Spanish, from Spanish settlers, conquistadors, kind of shit like that. In fact, the vast minority fucking population would be white Anglo-Saxon fucking people, and they also were Protestants. The majority of them were Protestants or Puritans. For the most part, but the vast majority of when you would identify America as actually existing as American, the vast majority would have been fucking Protestant or some aligning of Protestant. They weren't fucking Catholics, you moron.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he?
But how does this work? How does you find it? How do you elect him? What you don't understand?
Franco. It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone who.
It could be kind of, again, notice it's just I just want big, strong daddy leader who's me, who can be God and do all the things that I want to do.
Picks the autocrat.
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold.
But that's democracy. They have to, they have to vote for the big, strong leader? You're just simplifying and making a system that doesn't work. So you're making democracy, but it doesn't fucking work because democracy only works if you have some degree of checks and balances. If we all vote for one guy and it turns out like, oh yeah, we voted for him and now we're stuck with him for life and he's a fucking monster. Like there's no way to get rid of him. Like, okay, then I guess we'll vote different. This is so fucking stupid.
The vote on it, kings were
isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote.
Literally said he was anti. Again, these people don't know what they say or do because, again, they don't know how things function. They don't know how anything works. They're too fucking stupid. Connor, or whatever your fucking name with, I hope your friends and family finds this and see this. Your family probably knows and probably tries to ignore how much of a fucking dumbass you are. But I hope even they can acknowledge how dumb this is, and they just fucking mercilessly make fun of you. Just mercilessly point out how absolutely pants on head stupid you were here.
To get to that stage.
And then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills.
Sorry. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is what happens when you make education so terrible. This is what happens when you tolerate intolerable ideologies. Ideologies that are just functionally fucking intolerable in themselves and stupid to such a degree. Oh my God. If this isn't just a complete condemnation of liberalism and how much we have permitted under liberalism to thrive and how much we spent so much time coddling these racist, stupid, ignorant people. God damn it. this goes all the way back to the Civil War, our inability to hold conservative, religious, ethno-nationalist, piece of shit, racist assholes to account. Reconstruction failed because we refused to just reconstruct it. Oh, no.
Because that's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their own
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right?
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they...
Jesus fucking Christ. Carl Schmitt. This guy is a follower of Carl Schmitt. The Nazi fucking argument and fucking theorist. And again, it's weird that like he talks about the weakness. Yeah, he does point out the weakness of like liberal constitutionalism and liberal aspects. But again, his solutions are so terrible. And again, it's always one of those things where they can notice symptoms of things like problem and symptomatic problems. Conservatives and these kind of extremists, like the fact that they aren't paid a good wage, that they're struggling to pay their bills, or the fact that, you know, there seems to be crime and kind of all these problems. But again, because they don't know how to do stuff and they don't know how stuff works, their actual solutions or their criticisms end up being rather shallow. And again, their solutions are fucking retarded and way evil.
persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that, but...
What about that? I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit.
Are you a fan of Nazis? They persecuted the church a little bit. So we're going to ignore the fact that the only thing he seems to have a problem with the Nazis is that they persecuted the Catholic Church a little bit. But the fact that he even says that's how fucking wanker and stupid he is that he says he's a Catholic, and he probably takes a lot of pride in that and puts a lot of stock in being a Catholic. The way the Nazis treated the majority of Catholicism, even though the Catholic Church was kind of a bit of a fucking collaborator-ish, or kind of they kind of lacked a bit of a spine, especially through a good chunk of it. The way it treated Catholic priests who were doing their Catholic duty, the way it treated the church itself, like it kind of, the church bent over like a fucking bitch and fucking took it up the ass, and allowed and basically failed. Like, it's a pretty dark moment in Catholicism. I think most churchgoers and most Catholics would look at, the Catholic Church, its leadership and the way it approached the fucking Nazis and how it dealt with this was not very Catholic. It was a major failing of basic Catholic theology and religion and the basic foundations of its moral and duty on earth. It fucked up bad. And part of its fuck up was not just how it refused to deal with the Nazis in the way they should have been dealt, but also because they were so limp-dicked about it, they abandoned a lot of their own Catholic priests to be extremely harmed, to be murdered at high rates. And that's just the priests. We can also take in the fact that tons of Catholics were butchered in camps, in fucking raids, in kill parties across the board. Like, it was not a good time, shall we say. And again, the fact that this is his response is, well, I mean, the Nazis were like, again, this guy likes the Nazis.
But I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly...
See what I mean by it getting worse? Let's look at that reaction again.
Nazi
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
You literally do, you fucking idiot. You literally are saying we should kick out and destroy people and remake America according to your autocratic, theistic fucking God King. And some people are not American, should be kicked out, and the demographics shouldn't be allowed, and we should absolutely have this maximum. You don't believe in the idea of human dignity. And even if you do, it's so secondary, third, tertiary. It's so far down the list of any kind of hierarchical kind of value system that fucking Christ, you can't say this.
Fan of the Nazis.
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution.
I don't believe that. I'm a Catholic. The Catholic Church should disavow this person. I don't know what fucking crazy ass church he goes to, but again, this would be one of those things, like, if this person was like, I was the head of a department and this was one of my faculty, this person would not remain part of my faculty. I would absolutely remove this from the position because I don't trust this person based upon their belief structures. I don't trust them to exercise the values of the school and or the basic values and tenets of the protection of students from retaliation, from any of these things. I would absolutely get rid of them, and I'd take it to court. I have no problem. Like, look, I don't fucking hire. Look, there's certain ideologies, there's certain free speech that isn't free anymore. There's a limitation to tolerance, and it kind of stops at, it hits right around Nazis. It's like genuine, honest to God fucking Nazis and Holocaust denial. All of that right there. This all counts as that kind of aspect. This is Holocaust denial. It's just the softer form of it, which is even more dangerous because the softer form is harder to point out. It's just as effective as straight up Holocaust denial, but the soft kind of like, well, you know, I don't support the restriction of the dignity of anybody, but I'm not going to talk about it. Like, this is genuine. If his church that he goes to, the Catholic Church, if his Catholic priest doesn't say, look, dude, I think you've lost the fucking way, and unless you want to come here begging for forgiveness from the church, from God himself, unless you're willing to do the work, you can fucking leave. Because you do not belong here. We don't believe in infinite forgiveness, not in Catholicism, not really, but only if you're willing to do the work. And here's the thing, until you do this work, until you prove to church, myself, and all the representatives, and including the congregation and all your fellow members, that you are no longer this kind of person, you are not accepted here. You can only come here when you are here to pay penance. Other than that, you will leave. You pay your penance, and then you leave, and you don't get to join in with this institution, with our group, with our flock, until you have fucking excised this poison from your soul.
I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a...
Now, I can see there's not a lot, but there's like one or two conservatives here who, they're just kind of dumb reactionary culture warrior bullshit. But deep down, they actually don't believe a lot of this stuff, and they're just too stupid to know how any of these ideas actually work and function.
Don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think...
That side-eye right there. She's also like this... Wait, hold on a second. Am I surrounded by fucking Nazi apologists? Hold on. This is pretty bad. Like, and again, I think she says, actually, because I watched this all the way to the end, I think she says something about how she was upset because it, like, you know, this presented like a stereotype of conservatives, and that's not the way we really are. But here's the thing I would tell you, honey. If they grabbed 20 far-right conservatives, and the majority of them were racists, fucking bigoted hate mongers, with one of them even being a straight-up Nazi apologist, autocratic fucking monster. And you're saying, well, I mean, that doesn't represent all of it. I'm sorry. demographically, that's not a small sample size. You might be convinced and hanging out and being convinced by the stupid ideology of hate-mongering pieces of shit. Maybe you should fucking talk with God for a couple of minutes. Maybe you should rejoin and maybe go, you know what? Maybe I'm right to dislike abuse and corruption or whatever, but maybe I've been misled on what actually is the abuse and corruption. Maybe I've been misled and misidentified, and maybe bad actors have been trying to tell me that those who protect the weak are in fact actually the evil ones, and those who destroy and eat the children, they're actually the good ones. Maybe I've been misled into thinking that.
I think that there was a little bit of persecution and stuff like that.
A little bit of, oh God, sorry. I forgot he says little bit of persecution. Holy shit. Oh God, I would never talk. I would immediately have cut this conversation. Okay, so let's just get this. You're a Nazi apologist. You're a Holocaust denier. You are a fucking autocratic, theistic dictator who would remove people by force from this land who you don't align with. You are an idiot across the board because you somehow think that this won't apply to you. I'm just going to go ahead and say you don't get to talk anymore. Get back to your seat and you will never, I will not debate this with you. I won't debate Nazis. Not on this. This is stupid.
Rename this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
That right there, the fact that all of these people clapped, he should be immediately, again, you all should be ashamed. Every one of you should be ashamed. And honestly, they should. This is where cancel culture should come into play. Because cancel culture should cancel people who are genuinely fucking evil.
Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is on this. Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
No, clearly.
Then why do you use a pseudonym? You're not afraid and you're not ashamed. Why do you use a pseudonym? Is it because you love to live under the liberal fucking lifestyle of things, but you want to be able to say all this evil, hateful shit and try to get your way, but then also still somehow maintain your liberal fucking life? Arguing with these people is ridiculous.
During the pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they...
No, they didn't, you fucking idiot. At best, it was populism, and it wasn't enacting the people's will. It was enacting horrific policies, and then they were trying to sell it as the people's will. Yes, if you propagandize people into believing stupid fucking things, and then they vote you in and you start doing those stupid things, they might go, oh yeah, I wanted this. This is great. But like, it didn't actually forward the will because there was also still tons of stuff. And also, this is this fantasy that the Nazis were super popular. They actually weren't. Even after they're winning and they're gaining tons of support and tons of stuff, they actually still weren't super popular. Like, people had some degree of popularity and some kind of agreement with it, but it was more like, well, it's the government. We just let them do what they do or whatever. That kind of thing. Is that they weren't particularly popular. It's just they killed off the opposition. They fucking oppressed so much. And they did it all behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. Most people were just kind of scared to go against it. The idea that they were enacting these policies prior to World War II breaking out, that this was the will of the people, is just bullshit. It's actually fantastical, even more right-leaning. Again, this is just ahistorical because you can read history books written by Catholic, conservative, and or otherwise even anti-democratic to some degree individuals who are writing the history of Nazism. Unless they are literally Carl Schmitt, who was a fucking Nazi, everyone else except for the Nazi and the specific fascist people who were supporting and trying to rehabilitate a system that failed and fucking was disastrously stupid and didn't work. Everyone else agrees it was disastrous and didn't work, even pre-World War II.
These systems, these fascist systems or whatever, only worked in the short-term gain, but long-term, they couldn't last. They were absolutely propped up by corruption and fucking horrific abuses. They were terrible. From a business standpoint, these things ran in the red. They just incurred more and more and more debt, and they kept taking out debt and living lavish lifestyles and made it look like they worked. But everybody agrees, no, these things didn't work. These things just functionally don't fucking work. Which is why they didn't work, which is why they collapsed in on themselves.
One, the conservatives were fat cats, they were aristocrats, they didn't care.
Are you in favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not.
You mentioned Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic,
He only killed combatants. Is that what
Okay, so Franco and his forces killed or executed 150,000 people. That included members of the Catholic clergy who were deemed either liberal or loyal to the Spanish Republic. Again, this is part of the fascist kind of thing, like Franco. And again, you don't kill 150,000 people without killing a lot of men, women, and children. And he absolutely did. And there was a lot of stuff. It wasn't just, oh, these were communists who raped people and stuff like that. Again, this is just fascist propaganda bullshit. Nobody agrees with this. Even, again, people who are aligned with this, the more conservative historians of the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s who are looking at this stuff, unless they're literally lying their fucking ass off, the general consensus does not agree with this. Even the conservative ideologies, which is why these guys are so fucking nuts and insane, is that they're just fantastical. They don't have any proof. Even the conservative, and these are not neocon conservatives, these are not less rhinos in disguise or whatever you want to say. These are straight up 100% conservative ideological figures and fucking theorists do not agree with these guys. They don't agree with the majority of people in this circle because they're all either too insane, too radical, or too stupid. And they just don't know what the historical facts are. They just don't.
Yeah, he only killed combatants.
Never killed any innocent people.
The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting?
Absolutely fucking nonsensical and stupid. Absolutely nonsensically fucking stupid. Again, my field was World War II, but it mostly looked at American World War II. My history part of my degree, those in English, but my minored in history, was mostly looking at a lot of American World War II stuff, but there's a good chunk of obviously European study. And again, it's been a while since I read and went back through these things, but the basic facts and the understanding is still there in my head. And this is patently fucking stupid. This is, again, like, this is straight up like he was just doing his Holocaust denial. Is there was some persecution. That is so utterly inaccurate and stupid to say that it is Holocaust denial. And the same right here. The somehow like, oh, they only killed terrorists who are super terrible bad terrorists is absolutely functionally stupid and a betrayal of the Catholic Church itself.
Like raping innocent women, nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill people.
You just refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi and being a Nazi
is mutual,
if being a Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't.
No, you don't. You literally would have him removed from the fucking country, you piece of shit. You just think, oh, you have dignity, but not here. You're not me. Like, you were this weird biological essentialist. You only belong in the country of your origin, kind of. Like, you were so fucking stupid.
In a state that I was running, I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that. But quite frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
Okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I'm.
You're not listening. He didn't concede the argument. He conceded you're a racist, fascist, fucking Holocaust, Nazi-supporting piece of shit.
I mean, what are we doing here? Because, I mean, you just seem offended.
What you're doing here,
you just seem offended, to be quite frankly. Like,
I'm offended.
Offended, feelings offended. I'm sorry, you were just talking about feelings before about raping and killing nuns, blah 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 blah, all this shit. Fuck. Oh my god, this is one of the worst ones. This guy should not be allowed in America. He actually should be hounded through his days. Now, I'll take that back. He should be allowed to exist here and live, but he should be shamed every fucking day. Until he goes through like a serious soul-searching moment, the church should deny him. No. No. Leave. Until you fucking repent, leave.
Offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about
Jews?
being... Yeah, sure. I don't care about being...
You literally just said... And again, all it is just, again, this weird fantastical world that they live in. I don't care about being called a Nazi supporter. You don't care about anything. You don't care about reality. You don't care about language. You don't care about references. You don't care about anything. You are this weird personal language, fucking antisocial monster. Like, you literally can't even function in societies with your ideology, which is why it's half lie, half truth. It's just bullshit. You're a fake person, and you don't even realize how fake you are.
They did, but I don't really
Against
care
the
about
Jews?
being... Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi is the whole thing.
I never called you a Nazi.
I care
You
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco
Well,
supporter.
yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
And
thing...
you don't believe in...
Again, that kid right there who's just nodding his head. I'm sorry. I believe in bullying. I do. When it comes to stuff like this, I believe in bullying.
democracy.
I don't believe in democracy.
What are you doing here at a televised debate?
Because,
this is democracy. Don't want to debate and disagree.
Because it is the means to support an end.
Yeah, I can recognize the value of this thing only in that it gets me to an end to where I would destroy the value. So I don't actually, again, this is why you can't argue with these people, is because they are ridiculous and they are self-destructive. They will destroy the means by which they attain power and then destroy themselves eventually. But they're too stupid, mean-spirited, and ugly to understand this.
The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean upholding free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned...
The only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason I mentioned...
the quiet part loud.
The whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power. And
nobody's punishing you. And again, there's some criticism of like but again, he misses so much of it because again, Carl Schmitt is a racist Nazi piece of shit. So whatever criticisms of his liberalism, whatever merit they might have, are always going to be colored and need to be put into the context of, yeah, his solutions don't make sense.
I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
I'm not sure what you want to say.
I would have spit in his face. No, you don't get to laugh and like have this. No. If that's true, then I murder you here. I slap you and I gouge your fucking eye out because I am enacting my will to power. Fuck you. I would have spit, and honestly, it would have ended right then and there, like, because again, I'm kind of more of I can be kind of a ragey person, but I absolutely would have spit in his face right then and there. Why not? This is literally what you believe in. My actions are literally what you believe in, you fucking idiot. I would have slapped him right across his smiling face and watched him get all kind of butthurt and go, oh, how could you? What are you doing? Oh my God. Why would you do this? This is your ideology on display, you fucking idiot. You just proved my point. But you and your reaction, your horror, just proved my point. That this is an unacceptable behavior, you disgusting fucking wretch of a human being. I take that back. I don't want to give you human dignity.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I can't say.
I would not have shake his hand. I would have spit on it. That's definitely when I would have spit on it. No. Now fuck off. Again, I know you do it out of reflex, but you should not shake that man's hand right then and there. You should spit on it and tell him to fuck off. You should tell him to fuck off immediately. This is a moment when, yes, violence should happen. Oh, your violence gets... I'm sorry, this guy is literally talking about how everyone who is not like him, this is just this might makes right weird fucking bullshit of, yeah, I'm gonna... we're just enacting each other's power, and there's no socialization, there's no civilization. It's just fucking man and beast against each other. Okay. I will treat everyone according to the values they wish to be treated by. If you want to, if you believe in the values of democracy and all that, I will treat you according to the values as you treat them. If you believe in the values of only might makes right and cruel and hateful violence and persecution, even if you somehow say, no, that's not what I want, it's not what I intend, but that's what my policies will do, but that's not what I intend, but this is what my policies will do, like just back and forth, like then I will treat you according to your values. Period. So your values are violence and hate, I will give you violence and hate. Fuck off.
Say the same, but thank you.
The fact that anyone clapped for that, and the fact that, again, you're probably, I think he's also a Christian nationalist piece of shit. The fact that nobody's going to go, yeah, that guy's a fucking asshole piece of shit. And everybody who clapped for him is an asshole piece of shit. And if there is ever a civil war that happens, I'm going to be on your side, Mehdi, because even though I dislike and distrust and hate a lot of what you represent, these people are fucking fascists. Liberal, Democrat, conservative, whatnot, conservative Republican, Jew, Gentile, Christian, atheist. Do you know what they all have in common? They all kill Nazis. They all fuck up Nazis. Back in the 40s, we all gathered together in one big kumbaya moment. British, Indian, European, fucking all nations, all resistances across the world. American, all races and religions. Across the board, for the most part, the vast majority, all gathered together on one universal principle. We beat the fuck out of these fascist Nazi pieces of shit. And then maybe also beat up the fucking Stalinist, communist fucking piece of shit. Basically, anybody whose ideology does this exact same thing. And then, we can have some criticisms of the liberal fucking colonialist system, certainly. But at the very least, even if we ignore that, we can all agree. Fuck them. I'm thinking we might stop here because it's around the time when we stop streaming. I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to pick this up later tonight because I'm just screaming and yelling just like I am here, and it'll wake people up in the house. Maybe we'll do one more guy here, see how long he lasts.
Good to meet you, Mehdi.
Good to meet you, sir. All right. So I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see.
Can I just check?
Yes.
Are you a fascist?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian.
Fair enough.
I'm a devout Christian.
Good to hear.
So.
Notice that gets less fucking claps than anything, and this dumbass is clapping.
I want to start, like, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution to you personally?
Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker has said, Constitution's not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally defy the Constitution. I don't think each and every one of us can just make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when
Here's an interesting thing is, again, when you take that type of oath of service, especially governmental system, your rights are slightly more restricted than the average citizen.
So when people say like Donald Trump has freedom of speech, he actually does have freedom of speech, but he has less freedom of speech than the average citizen. Even though he has more power, he has less because his primary duty is that of a servant to serve the U.S. Constitution, its government, and its peoples. All of those take precedent, which means that he can't violate one in favor of the other. They all have to. So you have to do this balancing act, which means that you don't have a lot of free speech. Even military people will understand this, is that you have the right to free speech, but in the military you do not have the right for speech quite often. If you get deployed on just even a simplistic kind of thing, if you get deployed, you can't tell your spouse where you're going specifically. Even if you say, well, I'm just using my my free speech. Yeah. And now you're getting fucking reamed by command. You're losing your fucking rank. And depending on how serious this breach is, you may be actually charged and sent to fucking Leavenworth. You don't have the right to free speech. And that's not even like, oh, it's classified intel or some shit like that. Like, you just don't get to talk about a lot of stuff. Even if it's not technically classified, you don't get to talk about a lot of stuff. And you don't get to spout your opinion on things, especially if you're in uniform. Fucking hell, no, you do not get to do that. Even if it's not technically against any constitutional rules or whatever, your oath is your representative of this government. You do not get to fucking speak your mind on certain things. At least as long as you're in uniform and fucking representative of that thing. Which is, again, something that a lot of these childish fucking narcissistic privileged shitbirds don't get, is they don't understand the concept of service, of something being above them, which is always ironic because a lot of them are Christians, but they use Christianity as like a power-up. Like, God is actually a servant to them, that God's power and existence they use psychologically as a power-up to make themselves better than others. They aren't actually servants, which is always, for someone who, again, was a teacher, who believes in the power of service, it's just such a betrayal.
He's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he is violating. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment and be president for a third term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to...
You don't find it important when it doesn't suit your interests. Again, the sad thing is that as ugly and as disgusting as that previous talker was, he represents the honest feelings of these type of people. And it's mostly just, again, the selfish, self-interested, dumbass, self-centered perspective, where I don't think the Constitution is valuable. But you do think what's valuable is all the things that you get from it. The point is, yes, technically the words on the page and the actual document, it's just paper, it's just vellum, it's just nothing. It doesn't have any intrinsic value, but we give it value by giving it, by putting the value into the ideas and the thoughts that there is, and it becomes sacred through that act. The fact that you're a Christian, you don't understand any of these things, is just fucking mind-boggling, but okay. So, you don't like the Constitution. Why not? Why can't you valorize and say, I love the Constitution, I want to put in these things because I believe the Constitution is the best representative document and conceptual framework of our ideology and of this. It's just so fucking weird.
Be like a 300-year-old document. And
the Bible is fucking 1,000 years old. More. You put stock in that, you fucking moron? Do you put stock in that? Well, that's because it's God exists. God exists, yeah, but the Bible is not a whole... The Bible is literally just the words they translated as best as they could.
Even if you think God was speaking through them into this thing, it's just words on the page. Ultimately, they are representations of it, not the actual things. You are literally turning the Bible into a golden idol, a golden calf. You worship the Bible, not necessarily the Lord. The Lord takes precedent. The Bible is just your best way of understanding him, which makes it sacred to a certain degree, but it is not immutable. It is not completely, it's hierarchically less than. So, but again, so you understand that a document, even though it's just words and paper and it's old, can have significance and values embedded in it.
It was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors.
It wasn't created to defy them. It was created to define a new country. But okay.
In India, and then your parents probably moved from India to Britain, and then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with.
And again, neither were you. Like, what, you just think because you were born here, you were connected to the Bible? Or, like, what are you talking about? You have, again, this is why theism and why this weird this essentialism is so fucking nonsensically stupid if you don't understand the limitations of it.
So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
If I don't care about it, why would you have any more connection to this? But because your parents fucked on a specific continent? More importantly, again, who gives this? More importantly, half of the thing is like removing naturalized citizenship. So the fact that your parents fucked on this continent, actually, according to the ideology of half the people around you, including Donald Trump, doesn't entitle you or otherwise make any connection to you. So this whole appeal to why would you care if I, who has so much more reason to be connected to this, don't connect with this? Again, you don't have any reasons to be
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment, and I think.
So do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment? He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why aren't you bothered by that?
They roll their eyes. Oh, these media organizations are terrible. Like, again, they're just so fucking stupid. The only reason these people are alive and breathing today and they haven't died is literally because there are so many institutions which they hate and restrict. These are literally toddlers running around with forks trying to find the one plug you didn't put the child safety on, so they can jam that fork into the fucking socket and electrocute themselves. This is how stupid and self-destructive they are. They're the people eating Tide Pods.
Conservative claims to love the First Amendment.
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way.
Speech.
I'm from the UK,
yeah, and you guys
which
don't
is a
have
democracy.
That.
We don't have the First Amendment. No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
I'm a
that get
journalist.
arrested for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that, right?
So
you're not being arrested for praying outside abortion clinics, you fucking nutjob piece of shit. You're oftentimes being arrested. And honestly, again, okay, so they aren't doing so again, you disagree on principle. Should people who are peacefully assembly being arrested? Again, you don't agree. You just only ever agree in this fucking childish I end up repeating the same thing because it's all the same stupidity. Fuck. Just ignore my fucking outburst here because it's
So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes, I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's like the people.
So you're like one of the previous speakers. You don't.
No.
As long as it's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the crackdown.
No. I support.
Either we consistently support principles, or we
free
don't.
Speech 100%.
Okay.
I don't think anyone.
So do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who was
just released from prison by a judge, saying his First Amendment rights were violated.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree.
Flags start going up because the racists are pissed off
with Trump deporting them, but I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution.
I think.
Look at again, the free speech is a value that is indistinguished. The Constitution gives it some degree of forced. It's not just up. It forces somebody to have to return to a document. This is the reason why they wrote down the Bible in many ways, is because it gives a concrete reference point for the ideological position, so that people can't just decide to change the word and change the meaning of things. You go back and go, well, hold on a second. This is what they wrote here, and we understand all of how these words work and the meaning behind them. And your interpretation of free speech, meaning that I can have sex with your daughter, that doesn't make any sense, because that's not like I was confused. But then I look, okay, free speech is all this, and I look up these individual words and I reference this document. You can't say that. Like, he literally doesn't understand. It's almost like object permanence is starting to have a problem here. They don't even understand how writing and these documentations and laws and rules can create a sort of degree of object permanence for impermanent fucking intangible things like beliefs and ideas and concepts like free speech. Fucking morons. Fuck, this is what I mean when they say they can't build things and they don't know how anything works, and they don't know why their free speech is allowed to continue to exist. The only way it can exist, unless you have an externalized kind of power system, is literally if you have enough power that when they try to restrict it from you, you kill and eat them. You haven't had to kill and eat anybody, and yet you still have freedom of speech. Do you know why? Because we systemized it. We turned it into a system. We put power into the system and not into individual physical traits, like whether you have claws or a club to beat somebody. You moron! And all the flags are going up because, again, you said Khalil, again, a brown person who was illegally deported and had his rights violated. These people are fine with that.
That's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he is cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he is defying the Constitution. So
that's the only reason. It's not about free speech or anything like that. They loved when he was Christian. They loved when he said he was anti-Constitution. But the second he said anything even positive or even mildly criticism of Trump, especially when it came into the treatment of fucking immigrants, flags go up.
Pleasure to be in agreement with you, sir.
All right, pause.
God damn it. Racist, hateful pieces of shit. Fuck all of these people. We're going to go ahead and stop it right there because I'm pretty exhausted. I can only do this for about 4 hours at a time before I start getting a goddamn headache. But we will pick this up next time. We'll try to go through it a little bit quicker. But good Lord, this is rough. It's so rough. I honestly really did consider the moral and ethical aspects of trying to stream this because I don't want to give them support. I don't want to give these people attention. I don't want that. The only attention that should be given to any of these people is negative, destructive attention. Because this is literally virus. This is not conducive to any community, conservative or liberal. These people are poisonous to such an extent that even conservatives should want to exile them. Because these are terrible. But the problem is that the Conservative Party, especially MAGA, as I've said before, one of the biggest evils, one of the biggest things, is they try to say that that these people are too extreme, even though they won't kick them out. Why? Because they agree with half of these goddamn points. Because most of them are single party, single thinking kind of individuals. They cannot exile these people, no matter how evil they are. Because they're so stupid, they're so poor at system, is that they will support somebody who has all this evil and terribleness because of this. Even though the system that they build, the system that this type of asshole right here will build, is so antithetical to their overall moral and ethical framework that they would absolutely resist it. And they were like, oh, this is horrifying. This is terrible. They will support this guy. They will vote for the guy that this guy wants to vote for. Or this guy. We haven't seen him yet. Or this guy. Any of them. There are no more reasonable conservatives. If you are MAGA Trumpist, again, I'm sorry, you can't treat them like normal people anymore. I hate to say such an extremist kind of position, but you can't treat them normal anymore because they're not. All right, that was disappointing and awful, and we will maybe continue this tomorrow if I have the strength. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for any discussion. If you have any other videos or things that you would want to recommend me to watch, by all means, you can contact me through various means. And if you like this content and want to continue supporting this content, you can do so via liking, subscribing, reposting elsewhere if you need to, stuff like that. I would be more than happy for the support. Other than that, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one.